Welcome to LCK Spring 2017. I am Valdez. With me tonight is LS as always. So there we are. We're very zoomed in today. And it's going to be a pretty nice game to start off the night. It's going to be MVP versus Longzhu. How are you feeling about this one?
Well, both teams are looking for something to prove. Longzhu, so far this season, they've only basically lost to the very top teams. And they also are introducing another new potential meta pick inside of the Talon. Fly showed extremely good games on that last week, but MVP, they're on a little bit of a hot streak, coming off the win against KT, one of the biggest upsets that we've had so far this season, and now they're really going to be put to the test here against Longzhu, because this is a very defining game for both teams at this point in the split.
Yeah, for me, I think this game tonight almost definitely goes to 3 games. I think the second one will be a little bit more one-sided. You got Kongdoo Monster just coming back from IEM, so it might be a little bit jet-lagged. And also down at the bottom tier of LCK, and then they're going to be going up against Afreeca. So should be a pretty one-sided match, I think, there. But this first one is going to be very, very close. You can see Fly there just thinking about, do I pick Talon or not? Would love to see it again.
For everyone watching, this is on patch 7.3, so this is the Camille nerf patch. And in addition to that, there's also the nerf to Malzahar. So we'll have to see what both teams think about those changes.
Yeah, you had a lot of small hits to a lot of big champions that were being picked over and over, so definitely excited to see if it'll change up the way people pick and ban. But starting off pretty normal here. Just going to be Malzahar ban into LeBlanc for red side.
Longzhu still deciding that LeBlanc is worthy of being banned away. I don't know if we'll ever get to see that champion, Brendan.
I don't know. I mean, we saw some teams trying to let it through and then
turned out pretty bad.
Yeah.
Ashe being banned away now. Longzhu now highlighting Varus. Going to be banning him away, and now Rengar and Camille are both left up so far. Let's see what MVP wants to go with. They're highlighting a Zyra ban, and so Karma is still on the table right now. She's probably the best support champion in this current patch.
It's kind of interesting. You'll notice that Rengar and Camille still left up, but it looks like Longzhu is more scared of Varus than of Rengar right now, especially after the nerf that Rengar did sustain. We'll see if MVP feels like it's still strong enough to first pick. And it looks like it is.
They might have been baited into this here. Rengar being picked up for Beyond, but Graves is still an option. So we'll have to see if Crash wants to pick up that Graves. So far, though, they're highlighting Jhin, and with Ashe banned away and Varus as well, probably the best AD carry that you can hope for.
Especially for Prey. We've seen some sick games with Prey on that Jhin, so I love the pickup first there of Jhin.
Now, if they're going to pick the jungler to respond, there it is. There's the Graves, and this is what I meant by it being a little bit of a bait. Graves is probably the best jungler right now on this patch and in the current meta, and he has a great matchup against Rengar. And so MVP first picking the Rengar, walked right into it. And now we'll have to see how they respond to this.
Yeah, I'm sure they got the memo that today is on 7.3. I'm sure they're 100% aware of that, but still favoring. The other pick that in the jungle we could have seen was Kha'Zix, but it also sustained a slight nerf. 7.3.
Sivir now being highlighted. Not a champion I was expecting to see get picked up immediately by Korea. And now they are highlighting a Syndra. And I really don't like how this draft phase is going so far for MVP. And I say that because it doesn't really seem to have that much of a direction. Obviously, you have the very heavy engage, and you have the speed up that comes from the Sivir and the Rengar synergy. But Syndra, at this point in time in the current meta, is a very no-theme champion where she doesn't really fit in with a lot of the other champions that exist right now. And I feel like it leaves you very susceptible, especially moving into the second ban phase.
Yeah, they give over the Karma. You were talking about that very important support pick You know, one of the best supports right now in 7.3, and that's just an easy pickup here for Longzhu as their third pick before going into the second phase of banning.
Now, if you're Longzhu going into the second ban phase here, you might just consider banning away remaining supports so that you have a guaranteed edge in that bottom lane matchup. Frey and Gorilla, certainly one of the best bottom lane duos in LCK. But instead, right now, they're highlighting the Scion. That is Ed's most played champion so far in LCK.
And I suppose with the champion like Scion, you know, with that heavy amount of engage along with the Sivir, they just don't want to allow those two to get through together. And obviously with no mid pick on the side of Longzhu, where it is on the side of MVP, we're going to see some mid bans here. Echo the first for MVP.
Banning away one of the counter picks to Syndra, but we'll still get to see if Fly's actually going to opt for picking up his Talon yet again. The camera is on him, and Longzhu now even electing to ban away the Kennen. So now, if you're MVP, another thing that you have to, okay.
That's really interesting.
They're banning away the Shen, which is interesting because it would have a lot of synergy with their team composition. The Shen-Rengar combo would be very powerful. Longzhu, so far, if you look at all their champions, they don't really have much synergy for the Shen, but we're going to have to see. So Longzhu now highlighting the Corki. They might pick that here.
Yeah, interesting that they go for that. You know, with all the top bans that we saw, especially Shen and Kennen getting off the table, I was thinking, you know, something we see a lot is that fourth pick Maokai and his mana for Q and the less damage on the saplings got nerfed in 7.4, not in 7.3. So it's still pretty strong right now, that Maokai pick.
It's like they're highlighting Lulu, probably going to be a support Lulu. Be very surprised if they would put that up in top lane for Ed. And now if we're looking at this, you have to wonder what is going to be the final pick, and it might just actually have to be a Maokai here. When you look at the team composition, you need a way to get onto Longzhu's backline. And Maokai would have a lot of synergy with that Lulu pick. And obviously with the Sivir and the Rengar, lots of engage comes out of MVP. Very strong frontliner, and Longzhu now looking to potentially respond with the Nautilus if they decide to lock that in here. And I guess this is why they opted to ban the Shen, but one of the reasons that the Shen is such an interesting ban is you have to assume that given Longzhu's current picks, they might not actually opt for it, and it would be so good against their composition. Especially if you give Fly credit to pull out the Corki, although you can't be 100% certain on that. Shen is just so effective against the Graves and the Jhin. A little bit peculiar, but it did signify the potential Maokai pick once the Corki was locked in.
Yeah, so there you have it. That's going to be our full team comps for the game number 1 of MVP versus Longzhu. Not going to be a very exciting top lane, that's for sure. You were talking about the matchup of Graves versus Rengar. We'll be able to see if Crash can, you know, use that ability on the Graves, a very strong jungler right now. And also preying on the Jhin, something to look towards for sure. And Fly, you know, can he survive against the Syndra of Ian?
The most standout thing about MVP's team composition is that it has a little bit of a reliance on getting ahead in the early to mid-game transition phase, but I don't see exactly how that's going to be possible because Beyond is going to be really hard-pressed to make stuff happen up in top lane and in mid lane, and the superior scaling is going to be in Longzhu's favor. One of the benefits that MVP will have available to them is in the split push later on into the game, Beyond and Ed can set up picks onto Expression, and that can create a lot of pressure because Longzhu's team composition is not exactly the most mobile.
Yep, they basically have that Corki and, you know, some speed up from Karma, but that's about it. So you guys got one final look at the combinations here for both teams. And all the skins as well. We're going to get to see some Maokai. Let's jump into this one, guys. Game number 1 of MVP versus Longzhu. Here we go, game number 1. And start things off, not too much movement around the map. You can see these 3 were going towards that bottom side river to lay down a ward. But very spread out right now as Longzhu just trying to cover any entrance into their base.
Longzhu just fanning out, doesn't want anything to happen early on. And you can see the saplings being thrown onto the Raptor camp. So Beyond will be starting Raptors. We'll see if Crash gets a leash from Expression at his Raptor camp. You can see pings going down actually from MVP on their own blue buff, entertaining the possibility that maybe Crash and Expression could be there.
Yeah, they weren't exactly covering that base, so it looks like Ed there is just waiting to potentially throw down a sapling or just come in there when they might be starting it. But as you can see, nobody is up there. We're going to get into the start of the game here as minions do spawn.
So the real focus here will actually be for the Sivir and Lulu. They're going to be a pretty crucial part of the mid-game transition for MVP. They have to make sure not to fall too far behind against Prey and Gorilla's Jhin Karma. And you can see that Crash already looking to do some cute plays. He's coming in here actually to steal away the blue buff. Now MVP is going to be aware of this because of that ward. Beyond decides, hey, I'm just actually going to go over to Crash's blue now.
Look at this, Ed is level 1. There's not all that much he can do. You can see Expression does come down with him, and this is just going to be given over to Crash. Beyond will respond by going immediately to the blue buff of Crash, so that ward is going to give him that information so that he can go and get the blue buff of his opponent.
And you can see now that Crash actually running straight over to his blue. Unfortunately for him, he's not going to get there in time. And what this sets up is the possibility for Beyond to take Scuttle Crab, and then depending on how bottom lane is positioned, could look for a gank down there. Remember, Beyond needs to make stuff happen for his team early on. They can't just go even against this team composition from Longzhu.
You can see pings going down on both junglers as well. So both teams know where the junglers of the enemy team are. Lots of great information. And you can see a ward goes down in that bottom river too, just to make sure that they're going to be safe against any Rengar ganks. So nothing will come out just yet. He'll farm more. We're having a lot of trading here in mid though.
Ian doing quite a bit of damage to Fly, but he does have that corrupting potion. Ian now actually out of biscuits in mid lane, trying to poke Fly as much as possible, but he's using a lot of his mana.
That's really the problem. And now we're coming to take a look down in bot lane once again. And it's exactly even right now, 22 to 22, so the lane seems to be quite nice. Uh-oh, here we go. Graves coming on in, but Ian will back off with a nicely placed ward.
Does end up having to use his ghost, though. He won't have that available to him in the future. And this is the problem right now for Beyond. Is that if you look at all the lanes, it's really difficult for him to do anything in any of them. It looks like he might try to do something up in top, though. Crash basically enabling Fly to get his recall as he comes in and shoves out the wave.
You can see Beyond, he was looking for something, but nothing was given to him as Expression just playing it safe. Not sure if there was a ward, maybe there was a ward on the blasting plant up there, as we did just see a question mark ping go down. So maybe he didn't know that Beyond was around.
While in bottom lane, lots of trades are going on right now. The problem for Beyond as well is by the time he begins to move down to bottom lane, that's going to be around the time that Jhin wants to recall for his serrated Dirk. It's getting around that moment. And so if he gets here too late, opportunity is going to be gone. Should actually have just been this wave, but Prey and Gorilla seem to be overstaying their welcome.
Here we go. The engage going to come on in. The flash exhaust onto Prey. There's that polymorph. Here comes Beyond, but no, not with the tether there. Beyond just will not be able to find anything. And that's pretty unfortunate. Double summoners used for Lulu, and nothing comes out of it.
Managed to get the heal out of Crane. It looks like Beyond wants to come back one more time.
Let's see if he can set something up.
Not going to really find anything. You can see in the meanwhile, Crash just able to endlessly keep farming because, again, he's under no pressure to do anything. Realizes that, hey, I can't really make anything happen down in bottom lane too early anyway. And now with Maha and Max being overextended, you can see the position of the lane. Crash makes his way down to bottom.
Yeah, we're going to have the flash forward, but Beyond is around as well. Able to spell shield the Deadly Flourish, and no kills found just yet. Still 0-0. Expression making his way down to mid, but again, there is a ward right in position. And so just going to get away as well. No ganks paying off for either team so far.
Real problem, however, right now is in the mid lane. You can see the CS gap between Fly and Ian, and then to make matters worse as well, he's behind on XP because Crash came in to shove his wave for him. There's a little bit more of a gap between the mid laners right now than I think Longzhu would like. Fly's still going to be able to stay safe. You can see that Ian's actually starting to run out of mana. And blue buff's going to be coming up for Fly relatively soon. Crash recalling now. Triple longswords. Interesting.
Lots of damage so far. And we're taking a look at top lane. Actually, Ed has been able to get a slight advantage in CS. They're having a bit of a trade right now, but I'm sure neither of them will die. Just kind of the nature of that matchup. Karma was hanging around mid. Actually, it looks like Max was able to put down a couple of slightly deep wards near that blue.
That's some decent poke there off onto Gorilla. Now Beyond coming back down to bottom lane, but if you look at the positioning of the lane, okay, well, hold on.
Yeah, hold on. Fly is jumping on in. The flash forward from Crash. It is not going to land. The ult does go wide, and so Ian does survive.
Really unfortunate for Longzhu right there that Ian managed to live. That would have been a perfect timing, basically, for Crash and Fly to go over and steal the blue buff, but now they're just going to be forced to hand it over to Fly. And you might even recall, so a little bit of blue buff inefficiency as well. He's wasting pretty good percent of that duration, being forced to recall immediately. Has the Hex Drinker now, is picking up Sapphire Crystal. Gonna be a little bit delayed moving into the Trinity Force. Still down in CS.
We're having a bit of an extended trade here from Ed. Lots of damage coming on to Expression. A couple more will do it. He's forced to ult on out. Ed is not stopping here. Shield comes out, and so Expression will live. Grass is up top. He will be able to soak up that XP in the top lane. But still a good trade here for Ed.
Finally picks up the Spectre's Cowl. Will definitely let him trade a lot better up in top lane. And also for the mid-game team fights, because both top laners are going to have the teleports up soon. The Spectre's Cowl going to be extremely effective against the Syndra and even the Lulu poke if a team fight were to break out. And so while MVP is winning in top and in mid, they're considerably behind in the jungle and in bottom. Well, not so much in bottom lane, but relative to the fact that MVP need to get ahead, they are behind. You can see Beyond now coming back down to bottom, but sort of like, what opening?
Well, here we go again. That's going to be the Flash Exhaust. First Blood will go over to the Rengar. A bit of a trade in mid too. Out comes the Syndra ultimate, but Fly does survive. Still has that Hex Drinker. Just a bit of a trade, but able to finally get something rolling here is Beyond.
Picking up that kill right now was pretty big. It's going to be able to give Maha and Max a proper recall. And it's going to put Beyond on the map. It's going to continue, it looks like, to just power farm right now. There's no real opportunity to try to capture Dragon at this point in time.
I just thought of something too. I don't believe that we've seen Max on Lulu just yet. And this guy, he plays basically everything. Like, he's played anything you can think of. Bard, Thresh, Braum. I think he's literally played almost every support champion. So this guy has the deepest champion pool out of any support for sure that I've seen so far. It's pretty impressive.
Definitely helps when you are able to be so flexible with champion picks, and it can make it very difficult to prepare against you. And this is definitely a unique spin on bottom lane, not something we've been used to seeing in LCK. Almost every single game was Ashe, Jhin, Varus, and then occasionally Ezreal. But now getting to see the Sivir-Lulu dynamic in bottom lane is definitely a treat.
It's pretty cool. First dragon we have on the map is actually Cloud Drake, and normally I'd just say doesn't really matter, but getting it for MVP would make their engage just that much better, and getting it for Longzhu would help them get away from that aggressive engage of MVP. But hold that thought, Beyond is just gonna face check that brush, and here comes Corki too, the exhaust coming down, and that's gonna be enough damage. Going on over, flashing the stun is Fly, but Crash will go down to Ian's ultimate, so trading 1-for-1 there.
Trading 1-for-1, but the real problem again is Crash mistiming his ultimate yet again. His mechanics so far have looked a little bit shaky, and you have to wonder if that's getting to him mentally. But Ian able to salvage that situation, picking up the kill. Definitely enables MVP to maintain their lead, and so far everything is starting to go the way that they need it to transition into mid-game. You can see they have about a 1.1k gold lead right about now.
That could be a decent start. See the trading that comes out here, and anytime the Dancing Grenade makes its way out, Maha just easily spell shields that. Also spell shield a lot of the Karma poke, so the Sivir pick seems to be doing okay. You know, he was a little bit behind before, but I think he's only about 10 CS behind now.
Seeing this replay, Crash was just waiting for Beyond. Fly was here as well, and interestingly, Ian actually elected to blow his entire load onto Crash, who had just previously missed his ultimate, salvage that situation for MVP, and now we have a team fight brewing in bottom.
Looks like Maha might be able to get away here, dodges that 4th shot, and so Crash is not able to follow up. Did have his ultimate available once again. Crash desperately trying to get rid of that control ward, will do so. Has to be very careful, you can see that Beyond is nearby as well.
Even using his ultimate right there just to press for damage, because they have every intent to dive right now. Have to be careful though, Ed still has his teleport available. Beyond has his ultimate as well. Might just turn their attention to trying to capture the dragon here. Never mind, Prey. Oh, they cancel yet again.
Yeah, they're thinking about it. And another thing to note, you were talking about the teleport. Expression just teleported top to try to catch up, but he's still 30 CS behind. So Ed is just controlling that top lane 100%. And he's going to have that teleport advantage for an extremely long time.
See what's really happening up in top lane is Maokai already has the Spirit Visage, whereas Expression, yes, he has the tier 2 boots, but he's behind that core item, and with Ed having the teleport available to him, if the teamfight breaks out, things can get really ugly for Longzhu.
That's very true. They're definitely going to have to play around that for now. As Ad pushes in another wave, just putting down some wards.
Crash just continuing to power farm, not really getting too much of a lead though over Beyond. And so what should have been a pretty smooth sailing into the mid game for Longzhu, they're just falling behind in multiple areas, although in mid lane, Fly did manage to catch up.
And he's not too far behind, you know, he's kept it at about 15 CS behind. Not the biggest steal in the world. You have Beyond waiting in the wings. The stun does miss. And, oh man, the package forward as Crash is here as well. There's that teleport, but Ian will go down, trading 1-for-1 for now. But what is Crash going to do? He looks for that last kill onto Beyond. Will he pick it up? Yes, he will. The double kill comes out, and now he will just dash over the wall. So nicely done there to pick up those 2 kills.
really nicely done for Longzhu. And, I mean, picking up those 2 kills, trading away Fly right there is gigantic for them because they also got the teleport out of MVP. And now this means that Expression, in a few moments here, is going to have the teleport advantage. And that's going to line up probably right around the time that lane phase is going to end, and Longzhu would be looking to make team fights happen. You can see that Crash also has a level advantage right now over Beyond, getting tons of damage down onto that middle turret, has that Rud buff. Might even push in this wave, not entirely sure, doesn't look like it, as Fly is returning, but we can just see how this team fight's unfolds. So Fly actually Valkyries forward straight into the kitty cat, but then they realize that, oh, Crash is actually here, and while Beyond was able to pick up the kill, the teleport from Ed, a little bit too late, but I don't think there's anything he could have done about that. And collateral damage coming out there right at the end. Crash picks up the kill and dashes over the wall. Ed didn't try to follow, didn't have the damage to really bring him down.
Yeah, kind of just a useless tree at that point. Had to let him go. And Ian just pushing that in. Both of those champions in mid have a very easy way to push those lanes very, very fast. So they're using that to their advantage. They might see finally some movement towards this Cloud Drake. And oh wow, Crash is going to very aggressively just dash over the wall, and they have that curtain call as well. Max gets away somehow. And no missiles from Corky are going to be able to clean that up, so.
Again, Crash made a pretty big mechanical blunder. And Ian almost actually taking Fly.
Yeah, I mean, Fly wasn't in the best position there as well, but he actually did a good job because he baited out a lot from the Syndra and still stayed alive. And it looks like MVP is not able to really convert from that play either.
They do dissuade the Dragon, but the real problem is that that would have been a very big opening for Longzhu to capture the Dragon, give up all incentive to be on the bottom half of the map, and then they could turn their focus more towards mid lane and top lane and just get those turrets out of the way. But instead now, MVP looking like they might actually get the first blood turret of the game here, and they do indeed.
Yeah, gonna give that gold over to both Ed and Ian. You can see a nice little rotation out of Ed to come in there, make sure they take out that turret. I thought maybe they were gonna go onto the Cloud Drake after that, but some pings are going down onto Corky. You can see that Ed still has his flash too, so maybe they wanted to make a play there, but not gonna happen. Ed's just gonna head back top.
Crash moving down to bottom lane now is to pick that up because Prey too far away and they don't want any more damage going down onto any of their turrets. Crash, it looks like he's actually opting into Black Cleaver on Graves. And this is interesting because a lot of the damage that's going to come out of MVP, or at least the champions he's going to be fighting, are very burst reliant. So having that extra HP against them is going to be extremely effective.
Ian, not the best spot, and there comes the collateral damage. Enough damage to take out Ian, just sticking around too much by himself, 1v4. And not even the wild growth could keep him alive in that position. Hold that thought, the speed up onto Crash. They may want to get something. No, Deadly Flourish just maybe spell shielded. Hold that thought, they're gonna turn it around onto Gorilla. Lots of damage coming out from him. And he does survive as well.
Does mean though that the Cloud Drake is gonna be taken down. Don't think that Beyond is going to be able to steal this, although he might try. It would be a one-way trip though. And Maha and Max now moving down to bottom lane as Prey and Gorilla are back down there with Crash as well. So they're showing intent to potentially try to get this turret.
You can see that Beyond is sticking around too, but down comes Fly with the package, so they could definitely make this work. The curtain call is going to come out. Need to see something landed here. Will they actually commit? Some poke just coming out of Corky so far. Ooh, big fourth shot onto Beyond. He also gets hit by the Deadly Flourish. Still no package uses by Fly. He's just going to play it safe and help his team take out that turret.
Very cautious play by Fly right there. Don't think they had any intel on Ian, so he didn't want to commit too far forward and then end up going down. But right now, at this stage of the game, Longzhu, they've managed to get a gold lead, and if you're MVP and your team was supposed to be ahead at this point, and it really needed to be, you can't really be feeling too great, especially with not how opened up the map is right now. Ed not really in a position yet to begin split pushing bottom lane and get assistance from beyond, but then on top of that, you don't want to devote resources to the bottom half of the map with Dragon being removed and neither team really being in a position to try to get the Baron.
Yeah, and so because nothing really is happening so far, we're watching that top lane. You can see that bottom lane turret for Longzhu is pretty low. Both Max and Maha are still pushing that pretty fervently. We'll see if they can eventually get that turret down. And a lot of vision also denied towards that bottom river side from Longzhu. They used to have a bunch of wards, but it looks like a bunch of them were cleared out by the lens that actually even Ian has picked up himself. Him and Max doing a good job clearing out all those wards.
Looks like they're going to shove one more wave. And this is basically just going to be the point in the game where MVP is not really going to look to do anything unless it's via a Rengar ultimate. They're not going to have any sort of engagement tool outside of that. Longzhu, they're content to just wait a little bit longer. They can take a team fight if they want to. They have the core items completed that they want to have. They have the Trinity Force on fly. They have the Edge of Night and the Yumu's Ghost Blade onto Prey already. But really, they have a team composition that once it gets to 4, 5, 6 items, MVP don't really have a clear-cut way of dealing with that or really getting onto Jhin unless all of their summoners are available.
Yeah, could rely on Longzhu also making some mistakes if it does get to that position. Maybe Prey a little bit, getting out of position or something like that. Actually, Max is going to join Ed up in the top lane, but you can see the three of these guys looking for a potential gank up in top. Going to throw down a ward, not too much vision around that tri-brush. Ed, thankfully, is not going to go face check that, just going to go recall him back home.
Longzhu rotating up to top. They just want to pick off the turret. This could come at the sacrifice of mid lane getting pushed in, but you notice that Expression is in position to cover that.
Oh, we got the second shot lands, and so does the fourth, but still no commitment. As you were saying before, they don't have too much information on where some of the enemy members are, so just not going to go super aggressive just yet. We got 5 members of Longzhu around that Baron. Did have that little kitty cat, the Maokai.
Oh, wow.
They were going for it, and this is seen immediately, but you can see that not everybody on MVP is around here just yet. This is being burned down very fast. In comes the teleport. Ian trying to jump on it, and it's stolen by Syndra! Unbelievable! They get the Baron, and a huge mistake there from Longzhu, not able to smite that one, and a huge play from Ian. Wow, how is he able to pull that one off, man? I don't know.
That was so catastrophic right now for Longzhu. I mean, IEM just ended, but I feel like we're still watching it here, Brendan. That was a very weird Baron play. And now MVP are going to be able to turn this entire game around. They almost get the mid-tier 2 turret. And now Longzhu are going to be on the defensive. Had they gotten that Baron, though, it would have been lights out almost in a way. It would have been so difficult for MVP to stabilize against the poke coming out of Fly, Prey, and the defensive setup that Expression and Crash would be able to offer their team with Gorilla backing them up. But now they're in the driver's seat, and they're going to get a lot off this Baron.
Yeah, it's a huge amount of damage that they can get done. They almost get the mid-tier 2. They get top tier 1. Looks like they're pushing on to top tier 2. And Expression does have his teleport up, so we'll see if they want to make a play here. We're going to have the curtain call come out first. And you can see it does 0 damage to Maokai. And actually, I guess they've built up some gold after all that, so they're all going to recall at the same time and regroup here. Let's take a look at exactly how he stole this.
Yeah, one more time. Let's see it. So what you're looking at here is a jungler missing smite, and basically MVP picking up the Baron. It's such a huge turn of events for them. They didn't quite get Prey in the backline. You see, just managed to live there, but the real tragedy was, again, Longzhu doesn't pick up the Baron, and MVP, who were out of position to respond to that, end up getting a miracle steal, and it put them back in the game, but it also put them in the type of lead that they needed to have at this point. Now Longzhu setting their eyes on the Infernal Drake.
Doubtful that they can pick that up at this point. We still have the Baron buff active. And so everybody from MVP is just going to group up and take this one here. Not much that Longzhu can do. They just have to give this up. So that'll be the Infernal Drake going over to MVP.
Pretty big pickup for them right now. Now it's important to note though that Longzhu aren't entirely out of the game. The Baron buff is a little bit over halfway done. MVP probably going to be able to pick up at least another turret here, but they're looking to fight.
They're looking for it. Here comes Ad. They burst down Jin immediately like he doesn't even exist. Bray was not expecting that one. And so they continue their push. Still 40 minutes, or rather 40 seconds still left on that Baron buff. We'll see where they want to go from here.
Stealing away the red now. And you take a look at top lane, a little bit surprising that they haven't sent someone up there to deal with it yet, but they're really tunneling all their focus here onto this mid-tier 1 turret rather than fix their side lanes.
Look at the double stun that he gets over and over. Max has to be very careful. Redemption will come out. Lots of damage being put onto that turret. No stun this time around, but in goes Ed. The pop is ult, Expression going deep as well. A lot of members of MVP very low. Ed maybe going a little bit too deep. Will be taken out. The flash forward from Fly, able to pick up a kill onto Lulu now. Curtain call, can he land it? Looks like Beyond is just in too much trouble anyway. That will be 3 kills given over to Longzhu.
And this was a really big mistake. So as I was mentioning a second before, is when you coin flip getting the mid turret there, you're really doing stuff for almost no reason. They could have taken that opportunity, fixed bottom lane, fixed top lane, because Longzhu is so reliant on making sure that their side lanes are pushing so that they can force you to come to them, because they don't have proper responses to the Rengar and the Maokai split push mechanic that MVP's team composition offers. And so because they chose to coin flip that mid turret, they ended up getting punished for it, and now the gold advantage for them is only about 2,000. And we're almost at the 30-minute mark. This isn't the best of situations now for MVP. And so the game's on a little bit of a roller coaster.
Yeah, really going back and forth in a lot of different ways. Some mistakes made by both teams so far. So it is going to reset just a little bit. We do have the next Drake will be another Infernal Drake, so definitely another point of contention for both of these teams. But very, very close so far. Taking a look at the gold, just extremely close across the board. Looks like the biggest difference is actually between Sivir and Jin. Actually, Sivir up about 1,500 gold at this point.
And that's actually really good for MVP, because the Sivir is the primary damage source, basically. If the fights go long enough, you're not going to want the combo champions to be doing the majority. So you can see in this fight right here, the minions basically run out. Ed gets locked up underneath the turret. Prey just barely missed that lockup right there, and then Beyond ends up getting caught up right at the very end. Maha, though, able to escape. And that was just MVP overstaying their welcome and not trying to fix the problems that they were having in top and bottom lane, and instead just wanted to get the mid inhibitor exposed. That way, if they did win a team fight, they at least had the potential option to try to just end the game, depending on how it would go.
You see a big movement was made there by MVP to go towards bot tier 2, but everybody on Longzhu able to get there in time. Stop the push. We do have Baron coming up once again in about 45 seconds. That's going to come up before the Infernal Drake. So lots of pings going down already by both teams. It looks like MVP will be able to pick up the Scuttle Crab around there. Still needs to deny some of this vision, though. No wards just yet on the Baron for Longzhu. The package will be picked up by Fly, so he should be able to get over there pretty quickly.
Having to actually use his ultimate to get away right there. Crash not going to have it available. Not going to matter too much, though. It's not like There's an opportunity to go for a super quick Baron burst for MVP. Although Longzhu, they might be the ones that want to try to flip some coins.
Well, I mean, you flip it once and you get tails, so maybe this time you get heads? Maybe believing a little bit in Gambler's Fallacy. I'm not 100% sure. Looks like they will not flip this time as they just clear out some of the vision and walk away. They're coming on in as a team, looking potentially for an engage, not going to find anything. And on the right side, in kind of an awkward position, and it looks like Longzhu is aware of this. So maybe they want to make something happen. No, it looks like they're just going to back off.
Turtle Drake coming up creates some interesting possibilities right now. Does look like MVP, though, going to have superior vision control around it, but Longzhu's going to say, if you go for the Infernal Drake, we'll try to burst down the Baron. I don't know if that's a trade that they would like to handshake on, because then they're really hard-pressed to end the game before that Baron buff expires.
Uh-oh, there's no vision in there. Or actually, there is. Ed is just going to jump on in, and a huge knockup going onto both of those members, and Longzhu is just being routed now. Gorilla on the run. Big Redemption comes down. 3 kills. Prey, he's going to go down. Double kill for Syndra. Will it be 3? No, double kill over to Maokai as well, and that's going to be a clean ace by MVP over Longzhu.
Super clean ace by MVP, and that was some of the worst positioning I've seen come out of Longzhu, but one of the best capitalizations and punishes by MVP, and they're going to reward themselves with at least the inhibitor here. They might even be able to press on for the game. They have the teleport available on Ed to lock up a minion.
Looks like they're going to go for it. The minions coming on in, and that's going to reduce the armor. And that's going to be 1 turret going down. Still 4 seconds on Gorilla. It's not going to be enough. That will be game number 1 going over to MVP after a huge ace.
And what a way to really win the Baron steal into getting a ton of objectives off of it, into almost potentially throwing the game in mid lane there, letting the gold gap basically come back to even. But then Longzhu, with one of the worst mispositionings, got capitalized on by MVP, and they find a dream engagement that lets them just cleanly ace and wipe out Longzhu.
We might be taking a look at that replay, but as you're saying, not the best positioning. All 5 of them were standing directly on a ward, and it didn't seem like they knew. I mean, there was no sweeping lens. They didn't clear out all the vision. They weren't 100%. And it looked like MVP had some other vision around the Baron, too, to know that they hadn't gone on it as well. So just one mistake that can lead to the game just ending just like that.
We'll have to see if we do get a replay of that.
Doesn't look like it. Yeah, we're going to go straight to the analyst desk, guys. So stay tuned. We'll be right back. Welcome to the analyst desk, everybody. I'm Valdez, joined by Binu as always to help out with the translation. How are you doing today?
I am doing fine. I'm doing great.
That's good.
Although I have to admit that the end of that game a little bit demoralizing, should I say? I definitely didn't expect that.
So just going over how this game went, it was pretty close up until that last ace. And then everything just kind of fell apart, even just with about 30-second death timers when everybody dies and they already have up to the inhibitor turret down. They can really push that in.
Keep in mind that these teams are coming off the IEM break, so maybe a little bit of rustiness to shake off, but overall a really good performance by MVP. I really enjoyed their composition. Ian and Syndra doing great as always. I know we don't really show this, but during the Korean preview show, they actually mentioned, if I recall correctly, that Ian Syndra is actually 8 wins and 0 undefeated. And with this one, that would probably make it 9 and 0.
That's pretty crazy, actually. I hadn't even realized coming up into this one, but that's a very big stat. Syndra for Ian has been very, very successful. See if it garners a ban perhaps in game 2.
So just off the top, our analyst desk is talking about the Lulu pick, a topic that I'm personally very excited about as well as the Lulu main. When you look at MVP's composition in this game, it really, for the Lulu player, it's a lot of options because you have the Rengar who wants to jump in, you want to give him the W and the wild growth, but at the same time you could also give it to Sivir and, you know, boost her damage dealing with that extra attack speed, some shields to protect her. So I thought it was a very good situation to play Lulu into. And just to add a little bit more on that composition, our analysts are talking about MVP's versatility, right? Always the versatility with this team with Ed's champion pool and also Max's champion pool. Bringing out the Lulu, I believe this is the second time he's played it. I remember him playing against the Malzahar earlier on in the season. But looks like they're ready to look at some highlights from the first set.
Yeah, so this is the first time that Longzhu tries to just burst down the Baron as fast as possible. And the huge steal from Ian. Lots of damage comes out, and Crash just kind of messes up his smite. They're not able to get it, so, I mean, they only get 1 kill, but they get that Baron buff, and they turn it into a couple of objectives from here. And this is that last fight. You can see there's a ward exactly where everybody on Longzhu is standing. Dodge a hook, and then Ed jumps in. You got the wild growth right after to knock up 3 members. And after that, it's just a super clean engage. And Longzhu, you know, it really just comes down to everybody standing on 1 ward and just getting crushed.
That's right, and that's really why I kind of think maybe, again, a little bit of rustiness to shake off because nobody ever thought of checking that ward. I mean, were there control wards in their inventory? Like, did somebody have any sweepers? I think the last time I saw a team get demolished that heavily by just trying to set up a death rush is back in Season 4 when the early stages of Samsung, Season 5 actually, got burnt down by a huge Rumble ultimate by Duke. Any OG LCK fans out there, you know what I'm talking about. So Helios, talking more about MVP's performance in this first set, he says he was very impressed with their fundamentals, their basics. Maokai with a good laning phase, which frees up Beyond to make plays around the map, and Beyond's Rengar giving good performance over the Graves.
So now we're going to jump into who the MVP is of game number 1. I think this will have to be Ian. He just did so much damage, 80% kill contribution. I mean, there were only 10 in total, but he stole the Baron too. I mean, he was so key in this game for just, you know, shoring up that damage for his team.
I really wish they showed us some of his records on Syndra as well. I really just want to know if he is indeed 9-0, but I'm about 80% sure Ian is really 9-0 on that Syndra. So we'll have to see if it, you know, maybe some bans coming his way on that Syndra. And Kanata just jumping straight into it, saying maybe, you know, Ian Syndra was the really secret hit and went for MVP after all. You know, forget Ed Sion. Syndra's the one you should be worried about.
So that's going to be it for the analyst desk section, guys. We'll be right back with game number 2. Welcome back to LCK 2017 Spring. We just had MVP take game number 1 up against Longzhu. What a fiery game that was. Really back and forth, and a huge performance once again on the Syndra out of Ian. It's very fun to watch.
It was really fun to watch for a few reasons also. That is basically MVP were a lot more decisive and quick to react to certain situations than they have been in the past. And it seemed like actually some noticeable improvement. And Longzhu, something that you might have noticed in their previous series, their team fighting normally was something that was saving them. And Fly also having a little bit of a bizarre quirky performance last game, but last game, their team fighting and their positioning at multiple different parts was very weird. And then Crash on that Graves wasn't seeming all that comfortable. And that Baron call, while I liked it and it should have gone their way, it ended up completely backfiring and the game just spun out of control.
Yeah, they're going to have to be very careful with their decisions this time around, because although it seems like they make them as a team and they're all on the same page, they're not always the best or safest decisions. So a lot of thinking going into game number 2. Speaking of game number 2, let's jump into the pick and ban phase right now.
See here if Longzhu wants to ban away the Syndra, because MVP, I mean, Ian had a good performance on it, and he was really demolishing Fly in the early laning phase. It's not a champion that I think that you would want to have to ban away, but they are doing it, and now MVP actually highlighting the Varus as a ban, and I like this. I like that it's not LeBlanc. as the first ban, because what you can do is you can delay the LeBlanc on red side until perhaps the third ban, and then perhaps you'll have the blue side actually ban it away if they're not practiced enough in it. That really shouldn't be something that should be happening for LCK teams. Every mid laner should be competent enough to play the LeBlanc. Longzhu, though, banning away Jace.
Yeah, take away Jace.
Not a flex pick, though, for MVP. And now Longzhu actually highlighting the Camille to ban this away. And this is a little bit peculiar, because that would signal that Expression doesn't want to play it. We know that Ed can play it. He's played it a few times this season.
So, looks like MVP this time is going to ban Ashe a second time. And that means that the Rengar gets through. So will Longzhu pick it up this time?
Longzhu highlighting it right now, and if they lock it in, that would be pretty surprising. Wouldn't be surprised to see MVP just respond with the exact mirror. Take away the Graves with Ashe and Varus off the table. Might just actually pick up the Jhin here as well. But with Rengar being selected, you do have the, there it is, the Malzahar. This is something that did not get through last game.
Part of the reason is that this time we have a Syndra ban. MVP choosing to ban Malzahar first when they were on blue side in game number 1. So we're gonna pick that up. This means that maybe Longzhu wants to pick up the Jhin this time, not give it over to MVP.
Well, Longzhu might go with the Lulu and the Sivir yet again. Or, well, they'll go with the Lulu here as a counter to the Malzahar, and maybe they pick up Sivir here instead of the Jhin, but Jhin would have a lot more potency on blue side than on red, and instead highlighting Caitlyn. So gonna be a Caitlyn Lulu lane.
Very interesting. We'll see if they actually do lock that in. They're highlighting it for quite a while. Lots of thought going into that one, and yes, they will pick it, so we will be seeing Caitlyn come out.
And MVP highlighting Ezreal. And now they're highlighting Jhin. So I would expect to see either one of those two, because the Sivir right now, you'd be walking into a pretty big counter. I mean, the AD carry would be countered and the support would be countered. It's a very brutal lane. And for a red side Graves, generally Graves wants to be on the left-hand side because he benefits so much from clearing those golems and the wraiths, but also just his potency on his red side jungle is going to be a lot stronger relative to what the top or mid lane matchups can be. Now entering into the second ban phase, MVP quick to ban away the Shen. Longzhu banning away the Scion from Ed. It almost seems like it's being permanently banned against him. He seems like he's the only top laner in Korea that is also able to make the champion so burn-worthy. MVP highlighting Zilean. They themselves might be signifying that they want to potentially go for a Talon pick.
Will they actually pick that up? That would be hilarious if Ian bops fly once with the Syndra and then brings out his own pick and then makes it work. So we'll have to wait and see. We do have Kennen banned as the last ban for Longzhu. There's Maokai.
Maokai might get locked in. It is indeed. Now if you're Longzhu and you're wondering, how do you respond to this? They have a lot of physical damage right now. I don't really feel like this is a scenario where we might get to see the Talon, but I could be wrong.
That sign says, Longzhu, please win. If this ends, I need to go to work. He needs to go to his part-time job.
The Rumble is locked in. Wouldn't be, there it is, the Corki. Now being picked up for a fly. Didn't have such a great early game on it in the previous game, and now he is walking into the dark. Syndra is removed, but we'll have to see what MVP wants to pick up to respond to it. And remember, Zilean being banned away, that could mean Talon. It could also mean, could even mean Zed.
Well, speaking of which, Ian, he's done this before, and he's also done that before, the Ahri. What'll it be? It's going to be the Ahri. He's going to bring it out again. And if I remember, it wasn't that successful the first time he brought it out. But feeling confident to bring it into game 2.
It's a comfort pick for Ian. It's one of his favorite champions. And inside of this team composition, I mean, they have a lot of pick potential, lots of lockdown, tons of damage coming out of that Graves. But very similarly to game number 1, they're going to need something explosive to get them into the mid game. In top lane, Expression's going to have to be really careful. As we mentioned, Graves on the red side going to have a lot of potency in mid and top lane. In his bottom lane, I mean, they're already losing anyway. He's not going to really be able to help them out until they're 6. So a lot of his attention should be in mid and top. Fly, it doesn't look like he's actually going to take the cleanse, and that can get really dangerous if Ian has the ignite. And so any sort of a charm landing could spell lights out if Graves is there as well. We're about to go into game number 2, so one last time we look at the champions. Rumble, Rengar, Corki, Caitlyn, and Lulu. Lots of different gears available to them, and the split push is ultra scary in the later stages as well. And for MVP, Maokai, Graves, Ahri, Sivir, and Malzahar.
Very excited to see that Ahri play out of Ian. If he makes this work, he's going to have just one of the best star performances we've seen in a while. But speaking of that, let's jump into game number 2 right now. MVP versus Longzhu. Here we go. The game has started. And fanning out once again is both teams. Ahri doing a little bit of Girls' Generation dancing for us. Wearing, I think that's the pop star Ahri. Not 100, no. Maybe. I can't really tell on the brush. No, I don't think that's it. Oh, okay. It's a chroma of the pop star Ahri. Interesting.
What do you think that she's listening to right now?
Obviously, Girls' Generation, man.
Do you think that?
That's the dance.
I don't like it.
You don't like the dance?
She would fail. If she was auditioning right now, she'd fail.
Yeah, a little bit too clunky.
Yeah.
That's for sure. Got to be a bit smoother than that.
Reminds me of Crash's Graves from last game. I'm just not getting the best of vibes from that. So we'll have to see if Beyond can show us something a little bit more fluid this time around. Ed now going to come in and try to disrupt the blue, or at least maybe just throw a sapling down and do some damage. Ed opts out of it. Not feeling that. Not today. Oh!
Oh, man.
Oh, man.
Well,
things go from bad to worse. If Crash wasn't tilted from his own gameplay last game, he's certainly going to be now.
That's just an awful feeling, you know. It does delay the clear by about, 5-10 seconds, but it's super tilting as well.
Now Beyond already has his red buff and his Wraith camp, and he's moving now into his own blue buff. And if you take a look at bottom lane, Praying Gorilla, they are pushing really hard, and with the delay that Crash has at the blue buff, and MVP knows about it, they might actually look to rotate Beyond down to bottom lane when previously that wouldn't even be possible. Crash would have the red buff dead already.
Yeah, that's very true. Well, let's see what they want to do. Looks like Graves now just going for the Scuttle Crab. He's still so close, though, and as you were saying, they're so pushed up. It looks like he's going to come on in. The flash exhaust once again out of Max. The flash coming out of Beyond. Prey will flash himself. And a bit of an exhaust used onto Beyond, and even though a lot of damage does come out and he does relieve a lot of pressure, still no kills there onto Longzhu.
3 summoners for 3 summoners. Not able to pick up the kill, but lots of pressure relief. And if Crash wanted to try to come to bottom. He's not going to be able to anymore. You see that there's the river ward, which has already been played. And now Beyond is turning his attention back to power farming, wants to make his way up to the left-hand side of the map. Not quite sure what that ping was. There's absolutely no possibility that Beyond could ever be there right now.
You can see the amount of pressure that was taken off with that play out of Graves. Now actually the MVP bot lane pushing in just a bit. Still Sivir is behind 8CS. But at least they're not being destroyed as hard as they could have been. You can see that Ad is having a bit of mana trouble up in top. That would be even worse for him if this was 7.4. And already, especially with a nice lead this time, he wants to get revenge for game 1.
Being as annoying as possible. And Beyond gonna be able to clean up his Krugs, but Crash now coming in here, gonna be able to counter jungle the Raptor camp, and this is not something. Oh, and it actually reset. This is the game of resets.
He's having a bit of trouble with the patience of these jungle camps. Ian, he wants to land a charm, and it's perfect. Gonna get that max range onto Crash. There's the Thunderlords. He's pretty low. Can they convert? No, it doesn't look like it. And actually, that does delay Ian's back too. It's kind of an awkward spot, so Beyond is going to join up here and help push this wave so he can recall.
You can see that if this wouldn't happen, Fly would be able to take a pretty extended trade against Ian and put him in a very awkward spot. But 35 CS, it's likely that Ian has enough for that good recall right there. You can see the Lost Chapter plus the control ward. And so that's why they gave Beyond some of the CS in mid lane rather than just sharing it. But he is going to be behind in experience. Crash now making his way down to the bottom lane.
And oh wow, Beyond is going to see Crash and will immediately back off. It would have been interesting to see if Crash had gotten into the brush and they take the 3v3, how that would have gone down, but nothing going to happen in bot lane for now.
MVP looking for a recall probably here in bottom lane. You can see the real trouble that Maha and Max are having in this double counter matchup. It's really brutal, the Caitlyn Sivir, even with that gank assistance.
Yeah, so they're going to try to rely on Ian and perhaps Beyond as well, but actually he just backs off, decides not to go for the gank bot. And I was thinking, okay, I mean, you have this Ahri. It's got great roam potential once she hits 6, but they decide not to use it. Perhaps wait until they push and wait for a better shot, a better spot perhaps, because, I mean, as you were saying, this bottom lane for Longzhu is still going to be pushing quite hard.
And the problem is with the damage that's going down onto the turret, it really demands that Beyond come down to bottom to relieve some of that pressure, or you're going to have to use the teleport from Ed. But you can see up in the top lane, Ed is also falling behind on that Maokai. And so what should have been Beyond relieving a lot of pressure and causing a lot of chaos in the early stages of the game, that just didn't happen. And MVP are paying the price for it. And also this time around, Fly is also at a pretty big CS lead here in mid.
Oh, wow. Man. Crash going to make things even worse for MVP, jumping on in and stealing red. I was thinking about showing his face over at Raptors too, but he'll be okay. Let's see once Expression stops pushing just how hard it is for that Maokai to farm. I suppose with the sapling damage on land, at least he can do a bit better with the farm. Missing the equalizer, so Expression is going to be forced to back off here for now.
Trying to hand the blue buff over to Ian. You're going to need to make something happen though. 1K gold lead for Longzhu at 8 minutes, mostly only through CS. Caitlyn still has yet to recall. So does Maha.
Oh, big charm. There we go. Fly does have his flash available. Oh, the collateral damage and the last tick, but it's not enough damage. Fly surviving with barely any health, was down to about 15 there.
And Crash was looking for another kill onto Ian, but really unfortunate for MVP. That would have been a kill that they definitely needed. Couldn't quite pick it up.
Look at this. We got Beyond coming on in. I don't think Expression knows that Ed is still here. He teched the brush with one of his missiles, but here we go, coming on in. And even with the flash, he is going to be jumped on with the twisted advance, and now Expression in a heap of trouble. There he will go down. First blood goes over to Beyond.
What a good first blood champion to get it to Beyond. Waiting on his recall, he wants to get that warrior enchantment. And now he's gonna be in a pretty good position to begin just moving around the map. They set up that gank because they knew that Expression didn't have the equalizer available. And from the position he was at in lane, it was all too easy to just lock him up.
Oh, here we go, the flash, Nether Grasp, and that should be enough damage. The charm comes out with the Hex Drinker though. Will he survive? There is the package, and Fly gets away again, this time with 65 health.
Really interesting that they didn't opt for the exhaust at all during any of that. And you can see that Ian was trying to charm Fly into turret range, but couldn't quite do it. Fly gets away again, and that's really frustrating. It's like a real life Fly, and you try to like keep swatting at it, and you just can't kill it.
He just Valkyries away, just like real life Flies.
Yeah.
It's definitely annoying right now. The worst feeling when someone gets away twice in a row. Especially when you expend so much to get them, too. These ganks are, you know, the Nether Grasp flash out of Max. I think with the exhaust, they might have been able to get it, but with the package, definitely wouldn't have been easy. So you can see down in bot, the woes continue. Especially now Max doesn't have that flash Nether Grasp for anything down bot. Although it would be a bit harder. I suppose they would have to go onto the Lulu.
And while we're looking at bottom lane right now, we see almost a 30 CS lead. A lot of people might be looking at this and thinking, wow, you know, Prey and Gorilla are doing a fantastic job, but really this is how the matchup is supposed to go at this level of play. And so it's not out of the ordinary to see this happening, but it's just one of the prices that MVP are going to have to pay for having this bottom lane dynamic. And while it might pay off in the later stages of the game, being able to make use of the Malzahar ultimate for immediate engagements and stuff.
Oh, there's the flash engage, talking about engagements. Down comes the equalizer, but way too much damage. Beyond able to pick up another kill onto Expression.
Another kill goes off in top lane. They're going to try to pressure top turret, but don't think that it's going to go down in time. Longzhu making quick work of the first blood turret. And like I said, this is actually the point in the game where now everything's going to begin to open up. And while yes, your Sivir and Malzahar got completely gutted early on, they're going to be more useful now going forward that they're out of the laning phase. This is now going to be the opportunity for Maha to try to catch up in CS. And in the same light, Longzhu now needs to use that advantage that they secured on Prey's Caitlyn to keep MVP under a lot of pressure.
Well, MVP putting on a bit of pressure themselves. You can see even Max in the blue side jungle of Longzhu looking for another pick potentially onto Expression here. He comes with the mobility boots, and Nethergrass comes down. This time Beyond and Ed are around. They should be able to pick this one up, and there it goes. They're going to give that one on over to Ed.
What an unfortunate game right now for Expression. 0-3-0 up in the top lane. Still is very even in CS with Ed, and the gold score is completely even right now. 19.9K. Well, now it's changed up a little bit. But so far, the champions that MVP need to have the gold on have the gold. They have the tankiness and the durability on that Maokai, who is going to really be the crucial champion at tanking everything and being the front line that MVP needs to enable Maha and Graves, or Beyond, to deal all the damage that they need to do. And having also all the excess gold on Beyond as one of the primary damage dealers, while Maha was so put behind, is really good for them. So everything's setting up nicely.
Blue Buff given over to Prey, but hold that thought. Engaging onto Max, who gets caught out. Crash getting very low. Ian attempting to do a bunch of damage on the left side, lands his charm, but also gets exhausted. But really, here comes Beyond doing a ton of damage. Ed in the front line, able to get a huge ultimate off, and that's going to be 2 for 2 now. But a lot of members of Longzhu very, very low. Only Prey in the front line with that red buff, trying to take out members, but not able to do too much more at the end of it all.
In the end, it was a 2 for 2, but look at the summoner spells on both sides, and that really paints a different story. Longzhu used a lot right there leading into that fight, and the return that they got out of it, not really all that much, especially when you factor in that some of their cooldowns were not available. And so in this team fight, you can see that Crash and Prey able to delete Max right away, but Beyond just dishes out so much damage. Crash almost got away right there, but Beyond able to flash and lock him up, and Beyond even actually made a pretty big mistake right there with his Q. Didn't quite get the ricochet he was looking for. Prey flashed the charm right at the last moment. Prey was trying to tell us he doesn't swing that way.
And, well, I mean, I was going to talk a bit more about that, but here comes Expression. He misses the first missile. Can he get the second one? Here comes Prey. He's got red buff. They might be able to pick this one up, and it looks like they will be able to. Nice bolas there. Picks up the kill. And Expression finally gets some kind of reward there after all of his deaths.
Probably feels really nice for him to get the kill now onto Ed. And with Dragon not available for the foreseeable future, Expression in bottom lane with that Rengar is going to be a pretty big nuisance for MVP, because it's not as easy as just having someone go down there and lock up the lane with the Rumble.
Fly finally able to pick up a blue buff. It was stolen away from him by Prey before that last fight went down. So Corki with blue buff. Gonna be quite nice at pushing over here, but Ian has a bit of pushing power himself. Looks like lots of members of Longzhu grouping up in mid, but not going to go for anything just yet.
Trinity Force almost completed right now for Fly. And that's probably going to be the big item spike that they're waiting for before they make anything else happen, especially not when they have no summoners available. MVP also a little content to just let the game stabilize, at least for right now. They do need to make a pick happen sometime soon, and the next Dragon that's coming up, not really the most beneficial to either team. It's only a Ocean Drake.
And Gorilla was nearly picked off there by the flash Nethergrass, but instead they look to make a play here towards mid turret. Not many members of Longzhu are around to stop this, but they will finally form up. But MVP able to get a little bit of damage done there.
A little bit of posturing here in mid lane now. I don't expect to see any fight. Everyone on Longzhu wants to continue scaling, and okay.
Whoa, okay, he catches Prey. The wild growth is not gonna matter as he gets hit by another charm. And down he goes. So now this is 5v4, and now Crash gets caught out as well. And even though Max pays for this with his life, that's a nice couple of kills that MVP is able to pick up.
And it's really good for them that they're constantly capitalizing on the opportunities that Longzhu is presenting to them, and they're really decisive and quick to punish these mistakes, but you have to look at it like, what are they doing right now? They're so close to completing certain core items, getting the Trinity Force, getting the Infinity Edge on the Caitlyn, and they're too far up. And
well, here we go again. Ed, he is going to push way, way deep. Lots of members of Longzhu get super low, but Longzhu comes out of that one ahead as many members of MVP forced to back off.
Now mid is going to stabilize again. They still need recalls, though. I don't necessarily know exactly why Fly's sticking around. He certainly must have the gold that's needed for Trinity Force. And I mean, even if Longzhu didn't go down there, what are they really hoping to accomplish in mid lane at that point in time? They don't really have the ammo to try to threaten MVP's mid-tier 1 turret. They don't need to really establish vision control on the right-hand side to get the dragon. So a little bit of needless positioning gets quickly turned on by MVP, and that's basically been the story of tonight's series in a way.
Yeah, they're very good at capitalizing on many opportunities. We've seen them as a team. Their teamwork has been quite fantastic. That's where a lot of their success comes from. And are either of these teams going to make a big play towards that Ocean Drake? It looks like lots of pings going down for MVP. They probably feel like they're stronger right now and they want to take a fight, even though they are behind on gold. But we do have that Nether Grasp up and ready for Max. So if they can pick someone, then they can easily pick up this Drake. And they're going to look for a pick here, actually, to flash engage by adding so much burst damage goes out onto Gorilla. And that was the pick I was talking about, even though they did not use that Nether Grasp yet. They could use it for the next engage.
Crash actually using his ultimate, but Maha able to get to his team. Without Lulu, though, their Wombo combo significantly reduced. And it's basically on Expression to set up a Dream Equalizer. Right now, if you're Longzhu, you can just give up the Drake. It's only an Ocean Drake. Just give it up.
Just let it go. Listen to Elsa, guys.
They don't want to let it go, man.
Please. You guys have seen Frozen before, right? We'll see if that turns onto them, and you can see Crash just immediately goes down. Ian is going to survive. Expression, he really wants to get a kill here, but both Beyond and Ian survive. And this is all for an Ocean Drake. This is what we were talking about. Fly gets super low. Prey doesn't have much mana, but he's doing a lot of damage. Huge burst damage comes out on the Fly. That's going to be the 4th kill. Now only Prey remains. No doubt he will go down as well. That's going to be the ace, and only Maha will die for it.
Really good, though, that Maha was picked off right at the end there. Otherwise, this could have potentially turned into a Baron. Expression would have his teleport available, but I don't think that he would be the one-man army to prevent MVP from getting it had Maha lived. And like we were saying, that was for an Ocean Drake. What are you doing? Why invest that much
Good question.
into trying to stop it? And hold on, Expression. Rengar ultimate available as well.
Are they going to make this happen? There's Crash. They want to engage. Ian getting extremely low. Okay, Max doesn't exist anymore. Ad going to try to 1v2 for now, but really just trying to escape with his life. And he's going to be hard-pressed to do so, especially with Gorilla coming on in. And that's to be Ad going down as well. So at least Longzhu is able to convert. And now it looks like they want to go towards Baron.
They're going to go towards Baron. Beyond does have 1 level on Crash right now, and they do know that he is waiting just around the corner. Fly might try to cut him off with a package.
Definitely trying here.
They have to be really careful right there. Can't let Beyond into the pit. He has to go for it.
Oh, Ian, huge amount of burst being sustained onto him. Beyond, he is going to go for it, but they stop damaging the Baron. That's not going to be enough. And there goes the Baron on over to Longzhu. Fly picks up a 2nd kill too. And all of a sudden, we turn right back around, and somehow now Longzhu is in control of this game.
They pick up the Baron. They have Expression up in top lane. Ed running up there. I don't think he's going to be able to defend the turret even if he wanted to. And the game just got completely flipped on its head. They're going to be able to pick up mid-tier 1 turret. Lots of objectives are going to fall right now for MVP. And what was looking like a really great turn of events for them, similarly, looks like game number 1 in the sense that the game is turning into that of a roller coaster. Gold lead is still even right now, but Baron still has a very long time remaining. And there's going to be a few pushes that MVP is going to need to answer to. Take a quick look at this team fight. So Ian got blown up by Fly right there. A very clean kill onto him, and Beyond goes in to try to steal the Baron. Doesn't end up doing it, but did kill someone, and then Fly was able to pick up yet another kill onto Maha.
Yeah, so Fly, we're finally beginning to see why he likes that Corki, landing pretty much everything. And MVP really grouping up, potentially looking for a grab. They do get the red buff, actually. A nice smite there by Beyond. And Max even out in front, not too scared. Does have that Nether Grasp, but not going to be the easiest team to push into at this point.
And Longzhu looking to really maybe force a fight here. MVP doesn't need to handshake this. They could give up this turret. Could definitely see the possibility where they tried to defend their turret and a fight breaks out, but it's not something that's going to cost them the end of the game.
You can see that Ed was forced to go bot lane because there's a gigantic wave down there. And it looks like Longzhu has seen this now, so they're going to push on in, and this is going to force MVP to back off and give that tier 2 turret.
Longzhu now without a proper mid lane, making their way over there. They're going to be able to tap some of the minions with the Baron.
Okay, got a nice group of them there. Ian hiding in the wings, potentially looking for a charm onto Frey. Or anyone really that's on the left side, but spotted out there by the Rengar, forced to back off. Does have Ad with him. But that's going to be another turret that goes down. That's going to be turret number 4 with this Baron. So they're really making great use of the Baron to take out 4 objectives so far.
A little bit of a gold lead now for Longzhu, about 3,000 gold as the Baron's about to fade. Now another Ocean Drake is spawning.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah.
That's what everybody wanted to see. And I was taking a look at the gold totals there. Caitlyn is ahead of Sivir right now by about 2,400, something ridiculous like that. That's almost a full item at this point, so
really all of the gold lead is actually inside of Prey for the most part. And
yeah, pretty much.
I mean, it's really on him to make stuff happen. You can see he has the 3 items, the Infinity Edge, Mortal Reminder, and Runon's Hurricane. Ian not quite yet at a point where he can just 100-0 all of the members on Longzhu with the exception of Fly. He does have that wall.
Look at that, the flash over the wall, and Fly, he doesn't have the Valkyrie anymore. He's going to go down. Nice bit of burst damage, and it looks like they want to go even further. Gorilla is going to be picked off here by the Twisted Advance, but once again, it looks like Ed just gets a little bit too far forward. A huge play with the equalizer there to actually zone out the rest of the team, and that's going to be only a 1-for-1 trade.
Longzhu, they pick up the real prize here. The Ocean Drake. Got away from them before, but not again. And a 1-for-1 at this point, pretty good for Longzhu. They also did manage to get Beyond's Flash and Ed's. So the pickup for MVP, all that it does is really stabilize the game a little bit. But they're going to need to keep making these picks happen. Fortunately for them, the gold is exactly where they need it on their team. All of it is inside of Beyond. He's able to be that glass cannon and just completely annihilate someone with the full combo. You can see this right here. Max flashes over the wall with the Nether Grasp. They lock up Fly, and you can see that they don't just have the damage with them combined because of that Maw. Beyond deals tons of damage, and then Ed going a little bit too deep, and that is a perfect equalizer if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, I mean, Expression hasn't been having the best of the couple of games, having trouble against Ad, but that equalizer is, you gotta give him props for that one. It was absolutely perfect. And had the rest of MVP been able to group up with Ad and actually engage, we could have seen many more members of Longzhu going down, and this could be a very different game at this point. So definitely a big play. Yeah, Baron coming up in about a minute.
3.7k gold for Longzhu. And Expression now with his teleport available and Flash. Ed's going to always have to be careful in bottom lane. This is that situation where Expression and Crash can certainly look to make plays happen on Ed. They could just potentially even die, but instead everyone's just rotating to try to get the turret. And what Longzhu's trying to do right now is draw all of MVP's attention down to the bottom right-hand side of the map. And they'll play out a siege and a little bit of a stall to guarantee that vision is taken away from the left-hand side for the upcoming Baron.
Yeah, very true. And you can see that Fly was doing a nice job trading there with Maha. Look at Maha's health up in the top right. Forced to go back home. Ian also sustaining a nice bit of damage. And this is where Longzhu, they go for that big rotation over towards Baron and get rid of a lot of that vision. Prey also able to steal the red buff. Nice little bonus on the way. And after this control ward goes down, there's not going to be all that much vision around that Baron. You can see a couple of wards around, so they know that they're not going for it just yet.
Right now, MVP is going to need to find yet another miracle engagement that they did in game number 1. Because the entire map is basically dark for them. They do have 2 really cute wards on the left-hand side of the map right there, and Ed could certainly make use of them. Right there, the ones that Prey are moving over and now Fly. Not very common wards that you would also think to look for unless you just were to find them via a sweeper. Normally expect wards to be a little bit deeper inside of your blue side jungle, like the ones that Max are placing right now.
And when Fly sees them go that deep too, they must know that there are some wards around there, so they might get cleaned up now. Gorilla actually going to use his sweeper in the mid lane. Kind of an interesting spot to use that, but Crash has got his own, so they do have enough for now.
They do find all the wards. Interesting, though, that they didn't even bother to check the wolf camp. It's a very common spot for flank teleport wards, especially for Maokai's. And just a lot of posturing is occurring right now. In bottom lane, pushing in favor of MVP. That means that if they can win the Baron, this is gigantic to them right now.
Next Drake, by the way, guys, is another Ocean Drake, everybody's favorite. So not going to be too big of a deal at this point. And as we said before, there's no vision around that Baron right now, so MVP has to be very careful with how they come in here. Max out in front, he's looking for it, he has flash. And they're actually going to use the threat of that to move everybody out. And for a second there, I thought they were starting Baron, but not. Oh, huge equalizer. Max forced to flash away, in fact. Beyond up top is going to dash the wall. But they do get a couple of ultimates away from Longzhu, and everybody gets out alive.
They do get the equalizer and the on the hunt, as you just mentioned. But it does come at the cost of Max having to blow his flash. Now, another Ocean Drake, as you mentioned just a moment ago, is coming up, so I guess global warming is real. But it's not really an objective that, you know, you think to yourself, oh great, we get that for sure now. It's not going to do too much for either team composition. I mean, some of the champions on Longzhu don't even have mana. But MVP, they're going for one of those burst Baron scenarios, and this ended horribly for Longzhu.
Yeah, but look at the ward there that Rumble is forced to teleport to. He also does not have his equalizer, so here we go. It's going to come down to it. The Nether Grasp, and this time Beyond is going to pick that up. A kill onto Rengar as well, trying to go in there and get the steal, but oh, huge burst damage. They might be able to turn this one around. Look at Prey dishing out the damage. Expression flashing out in front. MVP now just routed out of this fight, just trying to get away. Fly going to dash the wall. Down goes Graves. Maha may survive. And it looks like Max will as well, just barely, is going to be missed there by the Glitter Lance. Does get out, but Longzhu able to pick up 3 kills.
And a minion wave actually coming out of the Nexus enables them to tap it with Baron. But I don't think that Max alone is going to be able to defend this. And so they did remove the Baron from the map, but it's going to come at the cost of an inhibitor. Don't have teleport to lock up the turret.
Oh, are they going for it? This is going to be interesting. They're going for at least 1 turret now. Gorilla's going to group up. It's only Max, but here comes Ian. He just respawned, and so the rest of Longzhu is going to be content with 1 Nexus turret for now.
1 Nexus turret remaining is a lot scarier now if super minions get into the base. It's not like the turrets themselves with some minion RNG are going to be able to defend anymore. But it is top lane turrets, not bottom lane. So they do have at least that luxury for when the next Baron does come back up. It's a lot easier to defend both of those. Taking a quick look at this replay, this is a very tense Baron fight here. Crash got locked up immediately, but the problem was that they keep trying to take the fight a little too hard, and not really that tanky against Prey's Caitlyn, and Prey was just going absolutely nuts inside of this team fight. Flashed the wall, and Maha and Beyond weren't quite able to get away there.
This is kind of an interesting spot because they were able to get the Nether Grasp onto Crash now. And, I mean, we were talking about it before. It's really just an Ocean Drake, but they get the kill. And
it's not just an Ocean Drake.
Yeah, well, it is to me. I don't know. Not the biggest fan myself. But it's pretty nice. I mean, they're able to take some pressure off now. Might have a bit more sustain for the next fight. You can see there's a nice bit of poke on the side of Longzhu in the form of that Rumble Corki Caitlyn. So having just an extra Ocean Drake helps out a bit.
MVP having Beyond on janitor duty up in top lane with those super minions. He's almost at his 4th item. You can see that Ed almost has his Guardian Angel. Baron still alive for Max, but the turret goes down anyway. And now the gold lead is almost at 7,000 right now for Longzhu. Not entirely sure how MVP is going to find the way out of this.
They have
need
to
a pick off of Max's Nether Grasp, and
yeah,
that's really going to be the only way that they can make anything happen.
and it probably has to be Prey, but the problem with Prey is that he has his Quicksilver Slash already. I mean, he's farmed beyond belief at this point. So, you know, who else are you going to go for here exactly? Corki's got one as well. He's not going to be grasped. You rely on those picks. You know, a Charm here, another Grasp here. And look at the damage. It's unbelievable. That's 2 shots. That's 2 hits from Prey on Tamaha.
And, I mean, MVP, they're able to defend this wave, but Prey is just being so obnoxious on this Caitlyn. And MVP just doesn't really have an answer to it, and because of that Quicksilver Sash, it's not even like, you know, Max can go for a Flash Nether Grasp, and they try to blow her up. Meanwhile, up in top lane, yeah, those minions. Oh, Ed.
Yeah, and the second one person rotates, they just poke the damage. And able to take out the turret now. Looks like Longzhu in a fantastic position to get a second inhibitor here. You can see Ian hanging around the bot side, and they're going to go for a teleport. This is kind of a desperation play. Can they actually convert from here? In comes Ed. Not able to twist it advance, though. They get the charm onto Gorilla, and he goes down, but immediately Max gets taken out. Expression very low, so is Crash. Down 2 of them will go, so they do pick up a couple of kills, but look at the Nexus. Looks like that second Nexus turret will go down, and now the Nexus is totally open and naked.
They managed to win the team fight, but at what cost? They lose a turret. Well, they lose 2 turrets and an inhibitor.
And they're going to lose. Oh, looks like Ian knew something was up.
Lots of damage actually coming out from that ace in the hole. And trying to hold down mid lane, but with Baron coming up in 2 minutes and the open Nexus, not really quite sure what MVP is going to come up with to try to find a way into this game. We just saw that they do have the ability to win the team fights.
Yeah, but they have to get that that perfect engage, you know, the charm onto Gorilla. And Max is essentially an ult bot at this point. He jumps in and Nether Grasps, and if he fails it, he dies, and he just doesn't do anything. You know, maybe a silence here or there, but super squishy. So we did have one inhibitor just respawn on the top lane, and a nice bit of pushing did come out from Maha on the top lane.
Very big wave actually being sent Longzhu's way. They're going to have to fix that.
But it's not that bad of a spot, you know. They still have the mid pushing. They can go up top, clear that. Baron's going to respawn right then. So they can easily just clear up the vision as a team, push back the top wave, and then MVP is in such a dire position that they kind of have to rely on Longzhu making a mistake, someone getting out of position. Can they land a charm twisted advance? That's really what they're looking for here. Another ace in the hole. Ian has been eating those over and over and over again this entire game. Obviously can't do that to Maha with the spell shield, but really chunking him down before the fight even begins.
Lots of posturing right now for Baron. Ping's actually going down on the Nexus, but there's absolutely no way that Expression is going to be able to go for any sort of hero play and backdoor that. At least not by himself.
Ed is actually going to take a couple of big hits from Caitlyn. It doesn't look like all that much, but when Maokai is that takey.
Interestingly, Fly actually does still have his yellow trinket, and he had the package. What they might have been planning to do is actually just package into the base of MVP, drop a trinket, have Expression teleport in, and backdoor that way. Not quite sure what the ping's going down on the inhibitor report. Dragon coming up, by the way, in 10 seconds, and this is actually a Dragon that MVP are going to be in position for. I realize now what's happening, though.
Yeah, big push coming down onto that inhibitor, and that's what it looks like the pings were for. Prey leading the charge, and he can really chunk that down, setting up the wall of traps. But here comes the engage from the left side from Ed, but look at the amount of damage that he takes. He's forced to twisted advance away. Equalizer gonna zone him out, and he can't go out of the traps either. He's eating so much damage. There's the Guardian Angel popped. There's a trap right underneath them. They're gonna try to convert here onto Fly, and that they do. Lots of burst damage coming out here. They do land the Nether Grasp onto Expression, but with that Zhonya's, he will be able to get out alive. And look at Prey so fearlessly in the front. Tons of damage, chunking out the Graves, and that will finally be the inhibitor after some difficulty.
MVP almost looked like they had stabilized that. They do get the inhibitor. Might even be able to just immediately turn their attention now over to Baron. You can see Ian trying to move carefully through his jungle and possibly look for a pick.
He's, you know, he's getting pretty farmed at this point. We're already at 40 minutes into the game, so if he can land a charm onto someone who does not have a QSS, he might be able to blow up someone like Gorilla. Oh, but look at the chunking that's coming out of Expression now. Ian, although he does a lot of damage, he's a bit of a glass cannon, and they're forced to back off.
The inhibitor will be coming up soon, and the Baron is started. Now MVP does know about it. Don't know really what they can do.
Trying to burst it down with Ian's damage, but not enough. Nice smite there by Crash. And they do get the Baron, so. Elder Drake's still up. Will MVP make a move towards it? It doesn't look like they can. And so they might just have to forfeit that as well to Longzhu.
They forfeit that. Team fight is going to be relatively easy for Longzhu when it does break out. And it does look like that is going to be what they are doing. And never fully quite understand this, why you would handshake going up against both the Baron and the Elder.
You feel like you have to go for like a desperation Elder Drake at that point?
Or just a desperation team fight. Fight them while they still have the Baron, but not while they have both, because now what ends up happening is the minions act like an extra player in a way, where they're a ticking time bomb that you're forced to respond to, and now Longzhu, they don't even need to actually fight MVP. They can now just go into a poke type scenario where the true damage is just too much and the minions are too much.
Well, here comes the teleport from behind, and they actually spot this. And now what are they going to do? They can't take the team fight now. Crash is still in the base, alone.
Crash really indecisive right there. I'm not sure if he actually could have shredded the Nexus in time. Looked like he wanted to go for it, and this is the problem that I'm talking about. You're facing Elder and Baron enhanced minions.
Yeah, really rough spot. It looks like they just want to make a stand, and nice bit of poke damage coming out from Max, but Redemption will just nullify that.
Sapling basically deals no damage from Ed. Now they're escorting the final wave into the Nexus.
This should be the final fight. They need to make a play, and Prey immediately just QSS's and does get wild growth. Lots of damage coming out onto Expression, but it's not going to be enough. Fly even surviving. Down goes the tree, finally. Crash going in for the cleanup, and that is going to be game number 2 going over to Longzhu.
And that's a pretty big victory for them right there. Fly having a much better performance this time around on the Corki. Prey looking like an absolute god on the Caitlyn. And MVP, their team composition eventually fell on top of itself as the game kept going on longer and longer. You can see that they didn't have the option anymore to just try to pick people off via Max's Malzahar ultimate. And they were able to stay in it in some team fights, but it was always at the cost of objectives over and over and over. And the real tipping point was when they got the game back under control, they threw it right back over to Longzhu with that attempt on the mid-tier 2 turret. Ended up costing them the Baron, and then from that point, they could never recover.
Yeah, so part of the reason why this keeps going back and forth is mistakes out of both teams. We'll see who is able to better shore it up going into game number 3. We'll go to the analyst desk in just a few minutes. Welcome back to the analyst desk, guys. We're going to go over what happened in game number 2. Going over the results and taking a listen from the Korean analysts as well, see what they had to think about those games. But let's first take a look at their result.
Another pretty back and forth game, I think. In the middle, I think in the mid-game, MVP kind of messed up, which ended up in Longzhu getting the Baron, and that whole sequence was really back and forth. But the story to me in this game is Ian played the Ahri again, and I remember earlier on in the season when he played the Ahri, that time I said, you know, the next time I see Ian picking Ahri, I just have to roll my eyes. I remember him playing it in the end of the summer season in 16, he played it earlier this season, he played it today, and all 3 times, I'm just saying, maybe the Ahri, not the lady for Ian.
Yeah, I mean, he had some decent picks but not a source of consistent damage, that's for sure. Actually, Beyond was really the main source of damage there. Even Maokai doing a bit more damage than the Ahri and the Sivir.
On the other hand, Longzhu, all three of their laners showing up pretty huge this set. Prey did great, and Expression, although he struggled early on, I think he did a great job turning it around and bringing it back at the end of the game. Some great equalizers coming out from him. Now Helios, for his first point, he is talking about state of AD carries. I think that's a recurring theme this season, but basically says with the Caitlyn play and supported by Lulu, Prey showing more of a traditional AD carry game, survivability and consistent damage in the team fights. And Kanata saying all the lanes for Longzhu showing up huge in the second set. So they're going to take a look at some of the highlights that tied up the series.
This is when they teleported behind on that ward you can see in top right. And they were able to pick up 2 kills off the back of this. And this was the big turning point that everybody was talking about, because they get the 2 kills and Ian is forced to back. So basically nobody can stop the Baron attempt. And it just goes straight over to Longzhu, even though Beyond tries. And Maha himself trying to do a bit of damage, but there's not quite enough. Ian being bursted down too. Beyond making the best of it, but not quite enough. And does die, and so that was 3 extra kills as well as the Baron. That's what really turned this into Longzhu's favor.
I think that's that one equalizer that turned everything around. Straight up the narrow alley, and not much else to say. Zoned the entire team and won the whole fight. Ed separated from the back line, and of course the Ocean Dragon, the icing on the cake.
This is MVP, where they go for a bit of a rushed Baron 5v4, and although they do get it, you can see, just look at Prey's damage, his perfect positioning, how fast they burst down. Ian using the net to get that extra range and get the crit there, the headshot. Prey now jumping forward. Here comes Fly as well. And just immense amount of poke damage that even though MVP was able to get the objective, they could not live afterwards.
And it wouldn't be surprising to see, Prey get the MVP. I think that's a given for this set. Me, I'm just happy Lulu's 2 for 0 today. 2 for 2, rather.
2-0.
2-0. Yes.
Yeah.
There it is. Lulu's making a comeback, and I can't be happier.
Definitely worked out against the Malzahar. That lane with Caitlyn just totally shutting out Sivir and Malzahar, making it look easy, as it should be in that lane.
So Helios talking about one aspect that worked against MVP this series. Ed kept being separated from his backline, of course, thanks to some of Expression's great equalizers, but at the same time, sometimes Ed on his own, volition, going in a little bit too deep.
So let's find out who the MVP is. If you guys are watching, you should know who it is.
It's probably Prey.
Yeah, it's got to be Prey. Just, I mean, there's a reason why his name pops out whenever you ask people, okay, top 3, top 5 AD carries. Prey's definitely up there because he has performances like this where he gets ahead and then he just has a perfect game. He doesn't make any mistakes and he totally just uses his advantage to outplay the enemy team and just do so much consistent damage. You could see he had like 900 damage per minute, something ridiculous, and just had an excellent game. So that's going to be it for our analyst desk in between these two games. Join us in about 2 minutes for Game 3 of MVP versus Longzhu. Stay tuned. We are back at the Nexon Arena here for game number 3 of MVP versus Longzhu. Longzhu able to bring this back. And another very fiery game, lots of action. MVP going over to Prey at a fantastic Caitlyn game.
Very fantastic Caitlyn game, as he basically single-handedly carried some of those team fights, despite even some of them being 4 versus 5. And Longzhu, I mean, it was another roller coaster of a game, and this time they ended up coming out ahead. In game number 1, had the Baron actually gone over to them, we probably wouldn't even be seeing a game number 3 right now. So coming into game number 3, the real question is going to be, is how is MVP going to approach this draft phase, and what is going to be their goal going into this 3rd and final game? Because so far, seems like, yes, they were really decisive and they were quick to pull the trigger in game 1. But let's be honest, that Baron, I don't even know the percentage chance that it would ever occur, but it's gonna be really low. In game number 2, they were ahead, and then they threw it ahead, and then they threw it, and it was a constant roller coaster. And it just looks like Longzhu is slightly edging them out at multiple different points of the game. So we're gonna need to make something up here for game number 3. Moving into the pick and ban phase already, Ashe bans away, and it's responded to with Varus.
And a Graves ban this time around. So if they do get that Rengar first pick, they're not going to have to deal with Graves. And a Syndra ban here for ban 2 from Longzhu. We could get a little bit spicy here in this pick and ban for game 3.
We'll have to see what MVP chooses to ban away here, because LeBlanc hasn't been banned yet. MVP not willing to ban it. This should signal that Ian at least is prepared to pick it. And now the question is, does Longzhu ban it? We've seen teams let LeBlanc through and it never turned out very well. This is the patch where she is slightly nerfed, but honestly, it's not going to matter that much.
Well, they decide to ban Camille instead.
That has to be a LeBlanc pickup.
Immediately.
Ian's looking at this like, well, I haven't played this champion in I don't know how many years, but this is something that, while you can assume that none of the Koreans are getting to practice her, she's almost permanently banned in solo queue. She's almost permanently banned here in LCK. The 2 times that she was let through, she was an absolute monster. Rise does get let through though, and so Fly gonna be on that Rise in response to LeBlanc. But this is a champion that every single player in the LCK must have played her a ton in her previous versions. And yeah, she's changed a little bit. It's not something that required a lot of effort to really pick up and learn. And so a lot of people make it out like she's this new champion that requires a lot of effort to understand how she works and everything. It's not really like that. Every single mid laner in LCK is capable of playing this champion, even if they haven't played her in weeks.
Yeah, should be the case. It was interesting to see Kazakhs picked up here. We had 2 games of Rengar Graves, and so they go with the Kazakhs and an immediate answer response with the Elise on the side of MVP. And with Caitlyn picked up by MVP, it looks like Longzhu wants to go with the Jhin.
Going to be on that Jhin again, and now going into the second ban phase. This is where things get very tricky. All of the supports are basically left up. If you're Longzhu, you might want to ban away some of the heavy supports for Caitlyn, Lulu, Karma. Malzahar is available, but the only real target would be Beyond's Elise or Ian's LeBlanc at this point in time, but that would require the LeBlanc to go in. Now highlighting the Shen yet again. This might signal yet another Maokai pick. But with no Sion being banned away, it could potentially even set up for MVP to finally be able to give Ed his Sion pick.
If they do let it through. Longzhu still with 1 remaining ban. And lots of thought going into this one. They're going down to 10 seconds. And it will be the Sion that does get banned here. Down it goes.
And now if you're MVP, this is really difficult because it's not like Longzhu's team composition is really funneled into one particular play style. Extremely flexible comp with a lot of power inside of it. The Rise and the Jhin offers enormous late game scaling and early and mid game wake ups. Longzhu, Shen taken off the table, quick to highlight that Maokai. They might lock it in.
Rumble taken away too by MVP.
MVP banned away the counters to the Maokai, only to have it stolen away from them.
Yeah. Well, Jace is still available. And I think this got banned once? I think just once. I think just game 1. Not 100% sure about that, but we will be seeing ad on the Jace.
Not a champion I would be expecting to see him on. When you think of Ed, you don't really think of Jace. You think of mostly tanky champions, and then obviously his ability to play the Camille. Although in solo queue, he is known for playing some mechanically more intensive champions. But I like the direction the MVP went with this team comp. They've been showing a lot of quick decision making and decisiveness in their calls, and that's what this team comp is all about. It's about basically winning every single lane and having a really strong jungler that can support that, get ahead, stay ahead, and then drive it home that way. Longzhu, though, on the flip side, lots of scaling inside of their team composition. They want to take this to the mid and late game, and at that point, it's going to be very difficult for MVP to really find a way to win and break any sort of a turtle, because all the eggs are going to be inside the basket of Jace and Caitlyn, and offering that siege utility to MVP's team comp.
Ian demonstrating to us what he wants to do to the Longzhu team. A little bit of a slice and dice with that LeBlanc. probably with a lot of help from Elise. We could see a bunch of action, bunch more fire going into Game 3. Would not be surprised to see it. And it's really just going to be Longzhu trying to hold on against LeBlanc on the reins of this one early on, at least. Looks like Fly going to take the cleanse going into this one up against LeBlanc.
One last time looking at the team compositions: Jace, Elise, LeBlanc, Caitlyn, and Karma. Hyper-aggressive team composition for MVP. Extremely dominating lane champions and an extremely powerful early game jungler. And now Longzhu with the Maokai, Kha'Zix, Ryze, Jhin, and Malzahar. Looking for a very strong mid into late game transition. So almost two polar opposite team compositions are about to collide here.
Looks like it. So let's jump into game number 3 and find out what will happen right now. Here we go, game 3 between MVP and Longzhu. We were saying this was going to be a close one. Ed gonna check the brush here, and they're gonna jump on in. Not going to commit though. Just pushing forward to get a ward there towards the Raptors.
And looks like Prey gets spotted out, taking a little bit of damage. Although Maha missed his Piltover right there.
Very excited to see what Ian can do on that LeBlanc. He loves to play these champions like Ahri that just get in your face and do a ton of burst damage. I feel like he should be pretty comfortable on the LeBlanc.
Well, that's the thought process that a lot of teams are having right now. We're seeing a little bit of an annoyance happen at the Raptor camp, but a lot of people look at it like, okay, you haven't really played LeBlanc in a long time, and this is something that across multiple regions people were doing with Camille, but the difference is that LeBlanc has been a staple in the mid lane for years, and all of these players have been playing for years. So to be a professional in the LCK in mid, LeBlanc had to be a part of your champion pool at some point while you were coming up the ranks and earning your spot here. No one here is a stranger to her. So while you could make the argument about, okay, well, you're not practiced on Camille, maybe you're rusty on it, the same can't really be said for LeBlanc.
That's a very good point and something to be remembered. I think Ian should have a pretty strong game. There's a very interesting way to start the bot lane. Lots of aggression, actually, mainly by Prey onto Max. Was able to land that crit onto him once. You can see he's pretty low on health. Even going to eat that grenade. Not too powerful right now, but still chipping down the health of Max.
While in mid lane, it's important to pay attention to Fly and see when he tries to opt into his recall. That would normally be this wave. He's going to have a little bit of a recall luxury as well against Ian, who Ian can look at it one of two ways. Either Ian can recall into the Lost Chapter, in which the recall is probably going to want to be around 1,025 gold, or he can just recall into the Negatron Cloak, in which case he would be a lot closer with Fly's recall timer.
Yeah, and it looks like Fly was really trying to push that lane. He wasn't actually getting every single CS in the lane so far. I think this is the third wave that's coming in. He's on 13. Gonna end with 15. And nice bit of damage coming out from Maha onto Prey. Trading back and forth. Maha eating some of his own. And here comes Crash up on the top. He's already level 4. See if he can make a play onto Jace. Just gonna ward for now and back off.
Ed putting on tons of pressure up here in top lane. Look at the CS gap already. 22 to 12. So Expression under enormous amounts of pressure. Crash is over there doing Krugs, but there's not really any opportunity to try to gank Ed. so far, every lane for MVP is winning. This is exactly what they needed to have happen. Interesting, though, that Beyond opted into the green smite as this first item, looking to establish ward control. And what that might just be for is making sure that his laners have the necessary vision to just keep the pressure on and really deny Crash any sort of ability to get into a lane to relieve pressure or make a kill happen.
It's definitely a decent idea. You can see he's hanging around mid for now, doing his Raptors. And mid lane, there hasn't been too much fire just yet. Both of these guys nearing 6. Maybe Ian wants to make a play once that does happen. Does miss that, and a nice bit of burst damage coming back onto Ian. Beyond was around clearing out a ward with that control ward of his own. Help with the vision there.
Not too much has really happened, although Beyond in bottom, actually, I really like that, taking away the blasting plant. That will force Crash in the future to have to commit with his leap, and then it'll be on cooldown if he wants to set up a game.
Expression actually going to teleport in here. Going to save that wave and Crash. They spotted him on the Scuttle Crab, it looked like.
Ooh. Really unfortunate.
Yeah.
For Ian.
Crash, he was able to steal the Gromp, at least, going into that blue side jungle of Beyond. And Ad actually going to teleport in himself. You can see that Expression is pretty low on mana, so not in the best position right now. He's actually going to be forced to recall.
He's gonna miss an entire wave right here, although it looks like he's not going to recall. He might make Ed think that he has recalled, in which case Ed expends all of his mana on the wave. Never mind, Expression does move back into vision of Ed. And meanwhile, in bottom lane, just never-ending poke war right now.
Yeah, it looks like it's relatively close for now. And here comes Crash, looking to potentially make a play. There's no blasting plant this time. Had the Deadly Flourish landed, maybe he would have gone for the leap over the wall. There's actually no ward over there, so they don't even really know 100% if Crash is around.
Everything is going extremely passive. And so despite the options available for MVP to have very aggressive early game shenanigans, they're not really looking to take any of that. And it might be because the pressure of the third game is getting to them. Again, this is a very, very important match for them. And likewise, I mean, Longzhu only have lost to the big three so far in LCK Spring. So we'd say something if they lost here. Ed might find himself.
Flash from Crash. He wants to go on into this, but look at Ian. He's coming on up and trying to do that burst damage. First blood goes over to Ed. Just barely able to survive. Ian there just on time to help out.
Expression didn't keep following up, and I think if he did, maybe they could have killed Ed before Ian would be able to dish out the damage and enable them to burst down Crash. And now Ian, with that first blood assist, moving into mid lane with the blue buff. And if LeBlanc gets out of control, things are going to get really ugly really quick.
Yeah, it definitely will be. We saw Gorilla heading towards mid to just help out with some of the vision, but he's not 6 yet. He's still just level 5. Whereas Max actually did just hit level 6. So I was thinking maybe they wanted to set up a play with the Malzahar, but he's not ready yet. Fly gonna pick up his own blue, will make the mid lane a little bit easier.
Now Crash actually gets spotted out on a ward right now. Not gonna be able to make anything happen. Ian looking for a recall. And has that red buff, it hurts so much.
He's doing so much damage, and Expression getting incredibly low. He missed one auto attack, and That actually does save Expression's life. So Ed not able to do enough damage there to take him out.
Really like what he did though, picking up the call. He recognizes that, hey, I'm not under a lot of pressure in this lane. They don't have the ability to kill me. Let me add some salt to the wound. Get that call. It's gonna end up being a nice little return later on down the road. And they are continuing to win in every single lane, including the jungle.
Yeah, this is what you were talking about. They need to get that early advantage and snowball it somehow, some way. Don't want to wait until that late game to go up against Longzhu's composition. Ian is hanging around this brush. It's kind of like they're staring at each other in the brush, but I think they know where Ian is. Some damage coming down onto Fly, but Ian is just going to run away, correctly feeling and seeing that a lot of Longzhu members were around and looking for a gank.
Rilla and Crash now moving down to bottom lane. Maha and Max, pretty out of position. Ed does not have teleport, especially coming in for good measure.
Yeah, they're going to try to make this work. Maha is in a huge amount of trouble, but there's the curtain call onto Max. Here comes Expression. This should be 2, and down he goes. Longzhu able to pick up a couple of big kills, and oh, here's Fly as well. Trying to convert onto Beyond. He will try to flash the wall. There he is, but can they get a bunch of members over? That's 4 of them. Still on the chase, trying to jump onto Beyond. He does land it, but not quite enough damage. It looks like Beyond will just barely get away.
Pretty big pickups for Longzhu. It's going to come, though, at the expense of top tier 1 turret, and the exchange is only for a Cloud Drake. But no, they're not even actually going to go for it. It looks like they're just going to recall instead, and so Ed, on that Jace that already has a monstrous CS lead, and the call, and the First Blood, gets the First Blood turret as well. Taking another quick look at this replay, you can see that Max really didn't want to let his friend go, but much like Jack in the Titanic, it wasn't meant to be. And Max ends up paying the price as well.
And Fly is just chilling there in the brush. Beyond, he missed the memo, but they eventually do all get away off of the back of that.
So they got those kills, but you can see that the gold lead still for MVP is just so huge.
Oh, and hold that thought. I mean, Ed is looking for more damage. He's going to pay for it with his life, though. Expression tanky enough to survive. That is 2 kills given over to Longzhu as they go for a kill, and it comes back upon them.
That's exactly what Longzhu needed right now. MVP really overstaying right there. Ed had so much gold on him, and they opted out of recalling. And with the Expression having the Ninja Tabby and the Cloth Armor, Ruby Crystal, he was more than tanky enough that when Crash arrived, it was too easy for them to turn that around.
Control ward in this brush makes it a little bit harder for them to push just yet in the bot lane. Skrilla does have that Nether Grasp. They're going to make it work onto Max. Look at Maha taking the bullets in the front, though. Exhaust comes out, and there's the 4th one. Maha, a little bit too brave. You know, he wanted to return the favor. Max stayed for him. Maha wants to do the same. Pays for it with his life.
Really, really big pickups for Prey and Gorilla down in bottom. Teleport now coming out.
Well, he's going to flash the Shock Blast, and Crash can just leap the wall, too. And so, Teleport does not pay off. They might go for the Cloud Drake here. Looks like they will with Ad around. And top lane, it looks like it's pushing in the direction of Longzhu. Can't 100% tell there, especially with the ping on it. But there's the Cloud Drake over to MVP.
They get the Cloud Drake, and now they're turning their attention over to mid lane. You can see Fly is at about 50% mana. Does have that tier and the Catalyst of Aeons, but it looks like Ed might not even decide to stick around for this. They're just going to shove the wave into mid lane. Right now, Beyond basically stuck between a rock and a hard place. He's going to get his Krugs and then possibly move over to red, but nothing's going to happen for the foreseeable future.
Oh, Ian he's going to face check this brush. But you can see that Fly really respecting the damage of LeBlanc. He's like, okay, I did my little bit of burst, now I'm just going to run away.
See Ian under enormous amounts of pressure.
They land that root, but not going to pick up the kill.
So MVP still very slightly ahead in gold, about 300 gold. Doesn't really mean much when you consider that they were so far ahead before, and now Longzhu to be able to raise this mid-tier 1 turret, and that really puts a very big strain onto MVP, because until Ed has more items on him and Maha has more items on his Caitlyn, they're not really in a position to create a siege scenario, and now that you have to be considering flank teleports from Maokai in the very middle of mid lane, it's not something that you want to be asking yourself to do at 15 minutes into the game.
You can see we saw a very fed Caitlyn in game number 2, but this time around, the Caitlyn is, I think, about 900 gold behind Prey already. Maha not able to have the same effect. And MVP, I mean, you were talking about them having to do something, and it looks like Rift Herald is the choice. There's no vision around here for Longzhu. There's that one sapling up in the top corner, but not close enough. And that will be Rift Herald given over to Ad, so that Jace just became a bit scarier.
Nice pickup for them right now. Now they're turning their attention towards mid lane. Fly does have the blue buff available, and here's that teleport that I was talking about.
There it is coming on in. Ad does get rooted up, so does Beyond. And here's Expression. He wants something big, and Max takes a ton of damage. Still alive, though. Still somehow alive even after the Kha'Zix's damage. Fly should be able to pick up Maha here, just barely. And finally, they pick up a kill. Although a lot of members of MVP were very low.
MVP barely able to escape right there. And that's that teleport that I was talking about earlier. Now Longzhu going to be able to turn their attention towards mid lane. You can stay in Beyond, trying to find a way to get in here. Beyond really just pincered, not able to get into mid. Oh, Prey.
Oh boy,
oh,
he wants that crit too. And well, look at the damage onto Prey. That's why you got to be careful how close you get. You don't want to get too close to the sun. And oh, you just survive, and they will back off.
The game enters back into a little bit of a passive phase right now. But really, oh, I just saw the item on Ian, the Quicksilver Sash, second item. Probably not what you want to be itemizing as LeBlanc. Definitely just stunts your spike, and take a look at that as well. Picked up for Beyond as well, another QSS. And take a quick look at that replay. You can see that Expression comes in with the flank. There's not really enough damage that comes out of MVP. You see all the summoners being used. Real tragedy for Longzhu that they couldn't quite pick up the kill onto Max right there, but Fly able to finalize the kill onto Maha, locking him up in the top right. And we're entering the point of the game where Longzhu's team composition, this is where you would begin to assume that theirs kicks in and overrides MVP's, and it's only going to be further exacerbated by the way that MVP is itemizing right now. Quicksilver Sashes on the LeBlanc and the Elise at this point in the game is not something that you want to have happening. And with Maha being as far behind as he is, 0-3 and 0, you can see he doesn't really quite have the items. The entire pressure is thrown onto Ed's Jace, who, I'll be honest, for a first blood and a call into the Maokai matchup, he hasn't really done too much with it.
Yeah, I mean, he was looking to have this big power spike here, but not that much. We'll see if he can maybe do something here in the mid game. We're almost near 20 minutes now. Especially with that Rift Herald, should be doing a lot of damage. There are 3 QSSs on the side of MVP. They do not want to be locked down by anything. Yeah, nearly face-checking that. Looks like Kha'Zix was more scared of the LeBlanc than vice versa. It's smartly enough, as a lot of members of Longzhu are now rotating down to this bottom turret. Oh! Well, there's the Jace damage. Gonna force Crash way back. Doesn't want to stick around.
Crash doesn't have any armor items or HP items right now, so that is definitely the target for Ed to hit. And now we see both teams posturing around Dragon. It's an Infernal Drake, absolutely gigantic for both of these teams. Super high priority.
And MVP, with that mid turret so low, it looks like they want to rotate into mid first. But Longzhu correctly responds, gets there in time to stop the wave. Meanwhile, Ed just going head-to-head with Fly down in bot lane. And with this many QSSs, as long as the bot lane stays back, that was weird acceleration. Not quite able to get the accelerated shock blast. But as long as that bot lane stays back, no one can really be caught up in the front, especially with the mobility of the top 3 members. So they're going to be able to take out this mid turret. Might trade it for the bot one here as Fly is getting in on there. But Ed goes top. He does have teleport. Keep in mind that the Infernal Drake is still up. So we'll see if Longzhu wants to continue onto this as Ad shows his face top. There is still that teleport time to take into effect. Trying to get on in here, and no, not quite able to steal, and that's going to be given over to Longzhu.
What a gigantic pickup for them at this stage. With that Jhin and the Rise, very big boost basically to their damage. And right now Ed up in top lane does have the teleport available, trying to maybe get the wave into the turret, but forced to back up as he has no vision inside of Longzhu's red side jungle. And while the gold score is even right now, or for the most part it's even, if you take a look at it, it's very top. The game itself is not really even by any means. Longzhu is pretty far ahead, barring some sort of a giant mistake leading to one of their members getting caught out. It's going to be very difficult for MVP to make something happen once the team fights start unfolding.
It's very true. And now Edge of Night picked up on Prey, so he's going to be even a little bit more slippery for this team. Will definitely help out in terms of him not getting picked off. And I mean, he's still so far ahead of Maha. Like, Maha now forced to pick up his own QSS. Everybody on MVP has a QSS. It's 5. There's 5 of them.
That's how scared they are of the Nether Grasp, but also the Rise lockdown. Even Prey locked up people. And what it really did is it stunted all of their builds. They don't quite have the damage that they would be used to having. And when you look at the way that Longzhu have itemized, a lot of their champions extremely defensive. Look at that. Ian does no damage.
He just goes in there and takes his own damage. And now Exhaust is going to be thrown down onto Crash, but they will be able to use that teleport to get out there. Nice job by the Rise. And Curtain Call just to make sure everybody's safe. So, Ian, I mean, we were talking about that LeBlanc, how it's super dangerous to let through, but Longzhu, they've been able to respond to it very effectively, and they're having no problem at all.
And at this stage of the game, Baron is on the table. MVP has to be super careful. A little surprising that Longzhu didn't actually go for one of those Baron attempts that we saw them do similarly in game number 1. Certainly have the ability to shred it very quickly.
Maybe they just feel like, you know, just everything you were saying, like they don't want to blow their lead. They don't want to do anything risky because the longer the game goes, the happier they'll be. So they're like, okay, we'll just slowly ride out our lead, not do anything crazy. Although pings are going down towards that Baron, so maybe they do want to potentially clear out some vision and force another fight.
Some vision control going down around the Baron. Next Dragon of the game, by the way, is an Ocean Drake, so not really on the priority list for either team.
You can see that expression quite tanky, but I can also always knock him back. And just kind of get away from that Maokai if he does not want to trade. Crash being a little bit cheeky, wants to steal some of that farm. And now, I mean, you can see this, that he can knock him away, but 3-4 twisted advances, and the Jace is not going to have the easiest time trading here, especially with that lack of damage that you were talking about.
Even with the Rift Herald, it's just no match right now for Expression, who has those Ninja Tabi and the Sunfire Cape. Black Cleaver and Yumu's not quite able to really dish out enough damage, and the Maokai is just way too big right now. No magic resist really outside of the QSS for Ed. Now he does pick up those Mercury Treads. And Prey looks like he is trying to move into position. He might just cast the Curtain Call here so they can get this turret.
Looks like he's gonna crit Deadly Flourish. Will he go for it? Doesn't look like it just yet. He's gonna help out taking out the turret, helping his team back off. We'll save that for later. They have so much control in that side of the jungle that MVP just can't even get close. There's one ward for vision. Meanwhile, there's 3 control wards up near Baron for Longzhu. Even though they're not going for it, it really just takes away a lot of room for MVP. They don't have many places to go on that side of the map.
Oh, they might look to pick up Ed.
There's the immediate QSS, but when you have this much lockdown on the side of Longzhu, Curtain Call for the follow-up, and he's going to be forced to flash ahead. Not enough damage coming out of Gorilla. Either way, they do pick up the kill.
Pick up the 2 kills right there, and they save their bottom tier 1 turret. Does come at the expense of 2 of their flashes, but it's not really going to matter that much. Prey, however, doesn't have his Curtain Call available to him right here, so Maha and Max should be able to hold off this siege attempt, but now Longzhu turning their attention to clearing out vision and securing it around Baron.
Yeah. There's no vision, and it looks like they are going to start it. The Clone of LeBlanc, it looks like maybe they were able to just get that little bit. They can sense it either way. Ian is poking his head in, now they see it. Jumping forward, and oh boy, okay, from behind comes Maokai. The slam dunk they're given over to Prey on that Jhin. Now it's really just going to be up to Beyond with the magical steal. Can he pull it off? He's going to flash it. No, he will not get it. Crash will pick up the Baron, and that's just going to be everybody on MVP running away. Down goes Ed. Down goes Beyond. Max in a terrible spot. Ma desperately trying to do some damage. That he is. And he will get away for now. But 4 members of MVP go down, and the Baron goes over to Longzhu.
And it's a series of pretty unfortunate events for MVP. They had Ed go down in bottom lane, then they resisted the siege in mid, but it didn't matter. They had no vision control around the Baron. Longzhu used the Baron as a bait to make Ian come in. They pick off Ian, turn, get the Baron, and then end up getting multiple kills in a row. They're even going to pick up the Ocean Drake for added measure. And everything is just looking horrible right now for MVP.
Not much they can do. They're so far behind. It's almost 10,000 gold behind with their early game composition. We're going to take another look at the attempted steal. Not quite.
Even if Beyond ended up getting that, I don't think that it would change the outcome that multiple members on MVP would still go down. So in which case, they would only have the Baron buff remaining on 1 member. So no matter what, it's going to be a win-win for Longzhu. This time around, they do manage to pick up the Baron. It doesn't go over to MVP, and almost a little bit of deja vu from game number 1. And now they have everything that they need to push on. They have double locket of the Iron Solari. Even Expression picking that up, and that's just going to further enable Prey with this Curtain Call to open up turrets, and then they can be a lot more forward and aggressive with their dives. And MVP don't have the team composition that's equipped to handle that.
Yeah, you can see they're sending Ian top right now. There's no hope in the world for them to hold this turret. Can they hold the inhibitor turret? That's the question. You see Ian is coming back. Especially just tanking the turret, like, yeah, okay. That doesn't do any damage to me. Shock Blast doesn't even do damage to him.
Surprising that no curtain call came out there, but they're turning their attention to mid lane. You can see that mid and top, not the best looking lanes right now for Longzhu. They're gonna have Fly fix it, and this is actually a scenario where you could initiate a 0-2-3 if you're Longzhu, so 0 top lane, 2 mid lane, 3 bottom lane with that Rise. I mean, they even have options to do a 1-3-1 with the Rise, in which case MVP has absolutely no response to that.
Well, it seems like for now they're just going to rotate down with this wave that Expression was able to bring in. There is the curtain call. QSS used by Max, trying to eat some of those curtain call bullets. Where will the fourth one be? Just opening it up for that inhibitor. And does eat it. No QSS, but is going to take a bit of damage. Does get away. And there's so many members of MVP low right now. Nobody on LC Longzhu really getting all that low. They're going to pick up a second inhibitor as well and just back off.
Crash did end up stepping on trap, but I mean, it's all but lights out right now. 2 inhibitors going down. The base is exposed right now for MVP. They know that they need to make something happen right now if they want to stay in this game. The problem is they just keep getting so chunked.
Well, so speaking of chunked, everybody is just going to disappear on this one. In comes Crash. Looks like he might go down, no. Just going to use that ultimate to get away. Oh, Maha does get Deadly Flourish. QSS will keep him alive for now. Max on the run. Crash, he's hunting. He wants it, and he will get it. Another kill onto Caitlyn, and I think that should just be the game.
That's definitely going to be the game. With only Max remaining to defend the base and beyond, no one else coming up anytime soon. Nexus turrets are going to be poised to fall. Longzhu wants to fix their KDA a little bit. Get another kill for Crash, and that's going to be it for game number 3. 1 kill to 17, and Longzhu continue their streak of dominating everyone that is not SK Telecom, KT, or Samsung.
Yeah. Very, very good game for them indeed. They misstep a little bit in game 1, but they come back. They're able to take this in a 2-1 victory.
MVP, I mean, continued to show the same problem that they had before, earlier on in the season, where Ed, when he's on a carry champion that's not Camille, it doesn't look that great. And then even, can you really attribute Ed's success on the Camille to him on a carry champion, or is it that Camille is so broken that it just masks Ed's weaknesses? And the Jace performance not really that great, and for what should have been such a powerful and impactful early game, just left much to be desired for MVP, and that's something that they're going to need to fix moving on into this season. But a nice game 3 for Longzhu.
Yeah, definitely was. We're going to take a look at this last fight just to see MVP get wrecked.
They got absolutely obliterated in this final fight, and what they were trying to do was make something happen because they needed to get some kills and to stabilize some of the lanes, because you can't just, you know, bite the bullet on this, take the 2 inhibitors and be like, okay, we're going to try to sustain and wait it out. They don't have the luxury of that because Longzhu's team composition keeps getting stronger the later this goes on, and it was basically a slaughter fest in the final fight right there. Fly looks uncharacteristically down. I don't even, I mean, he's been looking like this all night.
Yeah,
someone stole his food, man. I don't know what to say.
He didn't deliver that package on Corky in game 1, that's for sure.
Someone took his package.
Took it away from him, swiped it right from underneath him. But guys, we are going to go straight to the analyst desk and the MVP interview, so stay tuned. We'll be right back. Welcome back, guys, to the analyst desk. I'm joined by Binu once again to help out with translation. We're just going to go over how badly MVP got wrecked in that third game and talk to some of the members of Longzhu.
And just off the bat, first talking point of the third set is MVP getting allowed LeBlanc. Ian took the LeBlanc, but not the result he wanted for sure. Longzhu ended up taking the series 2-1. And Helio saying basically it was a good response by Longzhu, picking the rise into the LeBlanc and then showing off a lot of discipline in their sieges to take the third set.
So going into the result, definitely the most one-sided match that we've had tonight. There was one kill by MVP, and that was, I don't even remember where that was. I don't even remember when that happened. And you can see by the damage graph, even though Jace had the most damage in the entire game, still wasn't enough for MVP, as the rest of the team really just was non-existent.
Pretty even spread from the Longzhu side, and Ed definitely showing why he deserves to play that Jace. Kind of Huni-esque, I think, Ed playing all these tank champions and all of a sudden getting enough mileage to play a DPS champion like Jace, but unfortunately not getting the victory for the team.
Yeah, not quite. So curious to see who's going to be the MVP of game number 3. And it is Expression on the Maokai. Did not die a single time.
I definitely didn't notice him during the match, but looking at the KDA, I could definitely see why. One of these sleeper MVP moments, I think. But he definitely had a great performance with that Maokai, especially after that Rumble game that started out very bad for him in set 2.
Yeah. Sometimes it's hard to keep your cool. You know, like some members, some pro gamers would maybe just fall off even more because they're upset by their performance. But this guy, he just kept his play going and did a very nice job.
That's your veteran top laner for you.
So now we're going to go into the MVP interview.
So today we have Prey and Expression. First of all, how do you feel about the victory? So MVP coming off that victory against KT, Longzhu definitely expected it to be a tough opponent, and Prey feels like MVP really showed their strength, but overjoyed at the 2-1 victory nevertheless. And Expression saying he feels pretty happy with the victory as well. Speaking more about that performance individually, Expression had a tough start in the second set, and he says it was a little bit, you know, dazed. He did feel a little dazed, but he was really motivated to perform well today and managed to pull it out in sets 2 and 3. And Perry in response saying the other teammates told him it was okay and helped him focus during the remainder of the series. Regarding the MVP pick ban phase, Perry, I believe he was talking about a specific player. Perry says they like to bring out a lot of novel, new things, but other than that, apart from the surprise factor, I'm not necessarily too intimidated by their, you know, skills or their strength as a team. talking about Ash, he feels like he personally doesn't feel like Ash is a champion that, you know, should be banned or is worth banning, but the opponent's banned her today, so he got to perform with other champions today. So regarding his Ash performances, Prey says, I always get complimented with Ash and other champions, so sometimes it does add to a little bit of pressure.
So now we're just going to take a look at some of the performances of some of these players. This was the Prey show.
So asking Prey, what did he feel when he noticed Ian stepping onto that trap at the end? And Prey says he didn't even notice. All he realized was he looked up and Ian had the trap sign over his head, and all he had to do was right click there. Now regarding AD carry picks moving to the future, Prey says, well, there's been some Ezreal player here and there, and I think more teams will start bringing out new things in the bottom lane, because it seems that bottom lane initiative is really crucial to getting victories these days. Now regarding the LeBlanc pick today, Expression says it was a pick that obviously they let open on purpose, but they felt suitably prepared to deal with it, and kind of closing it out rather ambiguously saying, well, it turns out pretty well. So elaborating on that, they definitely considered banning the Syndra over the LeBlanc because they felt like they could handle the LeBlanc as opposed to the Syndra.
So this was kind of where Expression, either on purpose or not on purpose, was able to bait in two members of MVP with the help of Crash, take out both of them. So Longzhu has another match against MVP coming up because of the round changes. We're going to be heading into the second round soon. And Prey says, I consider it a large goal to get a back-to-back victory. They're going to use the information gained on today's series to make sure they climb to an even higher spot in the standings.
My next question says, I'm not totally satisfied with today's performance, but it is a back-to-back series. We'll be facing them soon enough, and he says he'll give a better performance next time around.
Here we are in the heart of the darkness. Hold fast, we must be brave. In the heart of the darkness. Tell me what you say when the mood's right. Sitting on the bed in the back of a room. We can hit it off if you wanted us to. Whoa, whoa, I learned to cover you. Some girls like the boys who are fast. Some girls like making it last. Who are you? Some girls got so much to prove, but those girls got nothing on you. Who are you? Who are you? Won't you tell me now? Won't you tell me now? Tell me what you love, is it sunlight? Tell me what you feel, is it alright? Sitting on the bed at the back of the room. We can get along if you want us to. Tell me what you want out of this life. Tell me what you say when the mood's right. Sitting on the bed in the back of a room. We can hit it off if you wanted us to. Whoa, whoa, I learned to cover you. I learned to cover you.
Welcome back, everybody, to LCK 2017 Spring. I am Valdez, with me as LS tonight. As always, we're going to be jumping into our second match of the night. It will be Kongdoo Monster up against the Afreeca Freecs.
And Kongdoo Monsters, they're coming off of their defeat at IEM this past weekend, and can't be feeling too great about it. I feel like Afreeca got the message loud and clear as the substitute jungler is coming in place of Spirit. And so Afreeca, they're looking to probably pick themselves up a pretty decisive win here tonight. Kongdoo, not sure how much practice they've gotten in as they were flying back from IEM. And so their practice has to be limited. And you have to really wonder what sort of a mental state that they're in right now after those losses. But
yeah,
if they want to sort of regain any sort of control, they're going to need to pick up the win here tonight against Afreeca. That's going to be difficult.
It's going to be hard to do. I mean, you're coming off of a ton of losses, you're jet lagged, you don't have a lot of practice, you could be sick from the travel. There's so many things that make it seem like everything is going to go wrong for Kongdoo Monster tonight, and we can't help but highlight that enough. Very curious to see how Mowgli's going to do in the jungle over Spirit. No doubt, as you were saying, this is really just like, okay, we should win this one anyway. Let's get this guy some practice.
Yep. That might be how they are perceiving it. See if Kongdoo Monsters brought anything back with them from Europe. Any peculiar picks. Jace being banned away to start things off. And remember, Afreeca, they suffered losses to the hands of Talon in the last series that they played in.
I love also how Varus has become like the first red side ban now. People just realized how strong that champion is, especially with the lethality changes. They're like, nope, that just cannot exist. It's stronger than Rengar. Just get it away from my game.
Log being banned away now, and Kongdoo Monsters handed the option to potentially ban away Camille or Rengar, but don't do either, and ban away Malzahar instead. Very interesting bans by Kongdoo. Tushin does like the Malzahar, but with the Rumble and Jace bans, it does signify that possibly Roach gonna want to go on a tank champion, and that is often what he does play. Camille now getting highlighted by Afreeca, so Rengar will be let through. Kongdoo Monsters probably should just pick up Graves here, as it shuts down the remaining options.
I mean, you were talking about this last series, how do you go with the Rengar really, or do you go with Graves, who seems to be the higher tier pick nowadays?
I'll have to see how Afreeca respond to the Graves picks here. Probably should just be AD carry jungler. Looks like Ashe is being highlighted, and that's a soft counter to the Jhin. Most likely gonna be Rengar. Yep, there he is.
Mowgli gets himself a strong champion to show some good games with.
Kongdoo Monsters now highlighting Jhin, and might give that over to Soul. It is his favorite champion in the AD carry role. Probably the one that he's best at, so even though Ashe is going to have the soft counter on him down in bottom lane, shouldn't mean the end of the world for Kongdoo. They could potentially just look to take away one of the support champions here. They don't need to give away too much before entering into the ban phase.
Interesting, Tom Kench gets picked out here. I mean, with the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, definitely helps with some survivability. We see it pretty often against that Ashe. But we will have the immediate response of the support pick here for Afreeca will be Zyra, and that will be locked in.
Into the second ban phase. It's mostly going to be targeted at mid laners and top laners. So Ryze is still on the table, as is Syndra, Corki, Shen up in top lane. There's the Syndra hover by Afreeca.
Saw Ian have some fantastic games on that, or rather just one. Was pretty good though. Stole a Baron with it.
Now, Kongdoo Monsters have to decide how they want to respond. Remember that Afreeca are the ones that get to pick either the Shen or the Maokai up if you don't ban either one of them. Looks like Kongdoo actually going to elect to ban away the Kennen, and so the Kennen and Rumble picks being targeted at Marin as his anti-tank champions is going to further enable Roach to go on one of those top tank champions like Maokai or Poppy. And if you know that that's a possibility, that's why Afreeca bans away the Shen, as they might want to just take the Maokai away from Kongdoo Monsters. And you can see even more emphasis up in the top lane, and it's such a hinder when your top laner can't play any of these champions or really go toe-to-toe with them. Roach can basically only play top tank champs, and now you're going to take away the Maokai. Probably means that Roach is going to reply with Nautilus or Poppy. One of those two champions, the most predictable thing in the world.
A lot of stuff in this draft that at least makes sense this time around. Nothing too crazy.
Kongdoo might lock in the Nautilus. Clock is ticking down. Doesn't seem like they know exactly what maybe they want to pick for the mid lane, because it's going to walk into a counter. They have to pick it blind here. See what Edge ends up taking. And it's going to be a Rise Hover. Rise is pretty interesting. So they have a lot of stuff inside of their kit. They do have the ability to go into a 1-3-1. And technically, you're never really going to be alone. Tahm Kench is always going to be with one of the split pushers via the Abyssal Voyage. And he has a really great way of shutting down Maokai Rengar shenanigans in the later stages of the game. Afreeca probably going to respond with Orianna here or Cassiopeia. There's the Cassiopeia. Either one would really fit here. It just depends on how they want to play it. It's definitely a lot more aggression coming out for Kuro. Not the type of playstyle I would expect them to pick into here. So just putting Kuro on the wave clear of the team supportive champion, like the Ori, but
yeah.
Nonetheless, both of these teams are looking for explosive mid games.
Yeah, very true. And taking a look at the camera shots, I just want to say this while we have them. The entire team of Kongdoo Monster looks kind of like scared. Everybody's like hunched over. They don't look confident at all. Whereas like Kuro and Marin specifically, they look like they just got the huge slam dunk in front of the crowd and they're just going to wreck them for the rest of the games. And I mean, that's really what we're expecting coming into this one. It's definitely a big hill to climb. Afreeca is definitely one of the better mid-tier teams right now in LCK, whereas Kongdoo has just been struggling. I think the stats we had before was 5-18 for LCK and IEM combined. That's pretty down there, LS.
Well, Kongdoo Monsters, you know, coming into spring, I thought that they potentially were going to be one of the upper tier middle of the pack teams, but they've left much to be desired so far. And so now on this draft that they've selected for themselves, the Nautilus, Graves, Rise, Jhin, and Tahm Kench, it's a team composition that requires you to really understand the strength of your macro and composition and ride it out. And something I'm very worried about for Kongdoo coming into this game, as they're going to be much out-experienced, so to say, against Afreeca here.
Well, they're going to be hoping that Mowgli doesn't do so good in one of his first games out here in a while in LCK. But let's see how it goes down in game number 1 of Kongdoo versus Afreeca.
That guy is always here. He's always here for Kongdoo.
That scared me. That was hilarious.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Oh, hold that thought. Mowgli is going to get caught, but look at the rest of them. Road's getting very, very low. And Punch taking a ton of damage. Kuro forced to flash away.
Googer, flash something. All right, Googer. Those were 2 stacks on every champion. If you get a third one, it stuns if you use your tongue lash, Cougar. I don't know if you're aware of that, but just letting you know.
That was kind of interesting.
That was so bizarre. They were so far ahead in those trades. They still had the heal. They had the cleanse up on edge. Not quite sure what was going. You know what? They are jet lagged, Brendan. They are coming straight back from Europe. He forgot Tom Kent stuns on the third stack. Just hold everything right now. Hold on. Marin's going to come in here. He's going to thank Kongdoo for the donation of the control ward. Look, they're being generous. They brought back souvenirs.
This is kind of funny. Oh man.
All right.
You gotta teach some of these players how to play that Tom Kench.
Well.
And
Punch solos the Wraith Camp. Loses a lot of HP, but it's Graves, so it's gonna be fine.
Both Graves and Elise have been doing this. We saw Elise do it in, I think, the third game. And I think we finally got our game sound back. It's off in the distance somewhere. We'll have to rein it in eventually, guys. Sorry about that. But we're aware of the issue.
All right, and now a lot of the focus here is probably going to be in mid lane. As top lane, you don't really have any way to make anything happen unless Marin is shoving Roach in which case anytime Punch does move on to the left-hand side of the jungle, he does have incentive to blasting plan his way up into top lane and coordinate a gank against Marin, since otherwise it would be very unlikely for Mowgli's Rengar to really have a reason to go up to top against that Nautilus. Really like the fact that they're taking away some of the options from Mowgli. Take away the blasting plant.
Yeah, they took away his blasting plant, and 2 wards spotted him. So at least to start off the game, Kongdoo has been very meticulous about getting that vision and making sure they know where the enemy jungler is 100% of the time. No questions. Wait, there's that sound. Nice and clear.
A little bit of a dancing grenade. And right now, Edge not doing so bad in mid lane. Kuro actually considerably down in terms of the potions versus biscuits. Not a great spot to be in. He also has that cleanse. Mowgli can't really find anything to do, and this is what I mean. You come up to top lane, but it doesn't really matter as Marin shoving in the lane. It's gonna be impossible for Rengar to do anything. I really like the vision control and just overall map movements from Kongdoo early on to really constrict this Rengar.
Yeah, they got wards everywhere. They just know where he is 100% of the time.
They're paranoid, man. The boogeyman's under the bed. They go back from Europe. Everything's on their radar.
Is scary to them.
Yep.
At this point. And, I mean, they see him once again. Fantastic timing on the ward.
Basically playing with map hacks.
What if we saw Kongdoo come into the second half of spring and just wreck everyone? Just like come in here and nobody knows what happens, but nobody knows how it happened. They go to Europe and come back, and somehow, some way, they're just fantastic.
Well,
we'll have to wait and see. They have to win this first one first.
If they beat Afreeca here and Afreeca beat SK Telecom, okay, and Europe beat Kongdoo, you following me?
I guess Europe is the best then?
Yes.
Top region?
Yeah,
Europe greater
absolutely.
than KR,
well,
confirmed.
Flash Wolves, I guess.
Yeah.
They take the cake there. Can't forget about that. A little bit of trading happening now down in bottom lane. Bottom is probably just going to be extremely passive for the most part. Pretty big trade happening up in top lane. Both top laners pretty even in CS, but Roach gets a little bit of the better end of the recall. Opts into double Durons on Nautilus. Not something I was expecting to see at this point, especially with how the lane has been going.
I see that Maokai goes for the double Dorans too. Null Magic Mantle. So you can see Soul's having a little bit of trouble in that bot lane. He's keeping up in CS though. So as long as he does go back eventually, he should be okay. You notice that he started the boots and biscuits start as well, something we've been seeing more often.
Punch now coming in, getting more wards, and this Rengar...
They know where he is.
Yeah, they always know where he is. Another ward as well. They know exactly where he can be right now.
And they're going to teleport on in, and Mowgli forced to run away. Bolas get onto edge, and they're actually going to turn this around. He doesn't know that Punch is around. He has to be very careful. Forced to flash away. Preemptive flash. He's like, no, I'm not taking any more damage more than this. Sorry, guys.
Marin under actually quite a bit of pressure up here in top lane. If he gets all of that CS, he'll still be down a little bit. Kuro looking to make something happen, but the ward coverage right now is fantastic.
Nice bit of damage actually devouring him after he takes the damage. And this is also, by the way, guys, we are on 7.3, as you can see down on the bottom left. Glad we get that down there for you guys just joining in. But Zyra did have some small changes too. The plants don't automatically attack the nearest champion. They just attack whatever is nearest to them. So a small nerf, but definitely can have some implications in some fights.
Edge going to be looking for a recall now. Oh, Marin getting chunked yet again. A little bit surprising, actually, how this lane has been going. A little bit unnecessary, actually, right there by Roach. Gave Marin a extra CS that he could have just waited a little bit.
Small parts of the lane.
Well, those are the things that matter at this level of play, and so it's a little bit bizarre that he didn't just let the minion die before continuing to push the wave into Marin. And now Punch and Mowgli both level 6. This is around the time where stuff can start to happen, with bottom lane being level 6 on both of the 80 carries. Both bottom lanes have the option to really just provide their jungler with a lot of utility and give them a way in that they didn't have before.
Is he going to ward again? Looks like he doesn't. Well, he has a control ward. And here we go. They're going to actually start this red with Mowgli nearby, but he won't get to the red nearly early enough, and Punch will just steal it.
Mowgli's having the most unpleasant game. He's been spotted out endlessly. He just had his red buff stolen away. They're getting ready for a blue buff handoff. Gets spotted out yet again.
Seems like they actually may want to go on to Punch. You can see that top lane is a little bit pushed more towards Marin, so Roach would get there earlier rather than Marin, so maybe that's part of the reason why they back off. Kuro just returns to mid lane. He's actually having a pretty decent time so far against that Ryze, 94 to 76 CS. Ryze will lose some CS as well as he picks up that blue.
Kuro now actually running down, but the ward coverage for Kongdoo, they have every ward exactly where they need it to be. It's really nice to watch.
And I hope this isn't a case of, you know, they do one thing right and then everything else goes wrong. I mean, I suppose that's one way to start the Kongdoo train, you know, back to their former selves. It's like, okay, let's get our vision down, and then from there we'll focus on our macro, or, you know, go into something else, our team fighting ability. But at least they've gotten this part down for this game. Been nice to see.
So far, well, actually, Afreeca looking to start up the Infernal Drake, and you can see that Roach is recalling right now. He will have his teleport available to him, but take a look at where Punch is and where Guger is, and there's absolutely no way to contest this.
Great read by Afreeca. They knew that everybody was going back. And, oh, it looks like Guger wants to get on in there, but does miss the timing. And Kramer will get away.
Jet lag.
Yeah. Just a little bit slow today, you know?
It's a little bit behind right about now.
Gained a little bit of weight from going over there to Europe.
That's why he's using the chef Tom. Yeah, exactly. So probably just going to shove in this last wave as Punch now coming over, gonna steal away this Gromp, and they might look to make a dive onto bottom. That would be a little bit risky.
Hold the phone. Here comes Mowgli up to top. And I think Roach identifies that something's up here. Now he's spotted. And this might just be a solo kill, actually. The sapling is not going to hit him. And on the other side of the map, we're going to have a flash in from Kuro. Punch getting caught up on the arrow and first blood. And there we go. Mowgli actually going to pick up the second kill as well onto a retreating Roach. So
And
all of a sudden.
Yeah, a huge turn of events actually for Afreeca. A ton of pressure relief up in top lane. Roach is going to miss that entire wave. And with the kill onto Punch as well, Mowgli has his way on the left-hand side of the map. He knows exactly where Punch is going to be able to go now because he just came from the left-hand side. He knows, okay, there's no Gromp, there's no Wolves. You have no reason to go over to your blue side. You have no reason to go up to top lane now because your top laner is so far behind and compromised. So now we know exactly where you're going to be for the next 2-3 minutes.
That was a really nice arrow there from Kramer, too. Really just interesting angle, lands it perfectly onto Punch. They finally, right before he got caught out like that, I was going to say, well, the one other thing that Kongdoo Monster is doing well is that they're really abusing this kind of rookie jungler, right? They're making his life hard, but then it ends up paying off for Afreeca when they can turn that aggression against Punch. And speaking of aggression, here they come in again, trying to get onto that blue. Looks like they might be able to. This might gonna go over to Punch, and he will take it away.
So Mowgli not having the best of times of securing his buffs, but it's not gonna be the end of the world. I'm take another quick look at this replay. So you see the Enchanted Crystal Arrow from Kramer catches Punch mid-dash. They lock him up completely. And then in the meanwhile, Mowgli hunt down Nautilus. Doesn't have to use his flash there, just on the hunt. Some nice pickups for Afreeca, and now Mowgli up in top lane, getting yet another ward.
That cat is not very stealthy this game, outside of that one kill that he was able to pick up. And so they ping him again as the ward in the Tribrush sees him going towards the golems. The Krugs there.
Edge now waiting to try to get his Rod of Ages.
The standoff.
Yeah. So he's waiting to get the Rod of Ages in mid. Meanwhile, top lane, nothing really too exciting happening up here.
And Marin was doing a decent job of zoning him from 1 to CS there, and it does add up. You can see that Marin is slightly ahead in that CS. So doing a good job there. Most of that CS was the wave that he missed earlier on.
And now Gugar and Punch looking to get some sort of vision control, but there's nothing really to gain by doing so right now. There's no real clear opening against Afreeca. They're extremely tight right now. Kramer was hugging his turret, and now they're moving out a little bit together to control the vision.
Team
Kramer,
effort.
Yeah, team effort. Oh, Kramer might have to be careful here, but and just get back into his jungle. I guess there was actually really no threat there at that point. But Kongdoo is going to want something to happen. Although they have quite a bit of scaling on their team. So it's not like they're entirely hard-pressed to make something happen, but I feel like the longer that this game goes, the stronger that Afreeca will be. And that's primarily just because Afreeca have tended to be a lot better at the macro game, where that's where Kongdoo really seems to struggle. So even though their composition would flourish at that point, I feel like them as a team haven't really shown any reason to believe that they've changed somehow in the last 4 or 5 days.
Here comes Kuro, trying to poke on in. And it was a 3v3 at that point as Roach was rotating down 2, but they're just going to give that one over. They were thinking about perhaps going in, waiting in the brush, pretending like they weren't in the lane. They were spotted.
and more passive play coming out from both teams. And I don't think that the Dragon is really going to change too much, although it has spawned now. It would be pretty funny to actually see a team fight break out over this, given that it is just an Ocean Drake.
We saw like a ton of Afreeca pings go down onto that Ocean Drake, but they're not really contesting it just yet. Put down some wards, but they're going to be taken out right now by Kongdoo.
And it's a fight for vision, Brendan.
Yeah, we've seen this before.
Yeah.
And Mowgli is not going to stick around, but will use Thrill of the Hunt and the engage right there. They get 3 of them right in a row. And Cougar, oh boy, everybody being taken out here. Just bad positioning and a fantastic engage from Afreeca. That's going to be an extra 2 kills on the board. And maybe an Ocean Drake if they want it.
Afreeca, yeah, they are turning their sights to the Ocean Drake. Mowgli's going to pick that up there, and I don't really know exactly what to say. I don't know why Kongdoo were in the position that they were in. They tried to Rise Ultimate out, but it just didn't matter. They got sandwiched up against the wall right there, and now Afreeca almost at about a 4,000 gold lead here. 17 minutes, about to be 18. They're going to hand off the blue to Kuro. And now with Edge being down the flash, he's going to have to be really careful in that mid lane. And with Drake removed from the field and First Blood turret going down already, that means that the bottom lane from Afreeca is opened up. And they can start rotating to other lanes. So taking a quick look at this replay, you can see that they're fighting for vision that's not necessary because the Drake's not something worthwhile. And you can see that Kuro comes in here, and the stun and the slows, Marin flashes the wall, goes after Edge. No one could really get away.
Great miasma too to just make getting away even that much harder. Finally the flash out of Edge to just barely save his life, but his teammates weren't so lucky. Yeah, just being caught out in a rough spot. And the Ocean Drake does go over to Afreeca. It looks like the next one will be another Ocean Drake. So Afreeca could have gotten an even bigger lead. Say this was another Infernal Drake, a Mountain Drake. I don't think we've seen a single Mountain Drake all day.
Nope.
It's really weird. We've seen like 1, 2 Cloud Drakes, something like 8 Ocean Drakes, maybe like 2 or 3 Infernal. That RNG.
Oh, Cougar.
Well, looks like he will be knocked up into the arrow. Does get that great health, and the exhaust will save his life. They turn it around. Oh, huge damage. Tushin will go down as well. That's 2 kills given right back to Kongdoo as they blow everything onto a Tahm Kench that just did not go down and get caught out there.
A little bit of missed timing by Afreeca, and Kongdoo reward themselves with mid-tier 1 turret. Mowgli's here. I don't know what he's doing.
Well, he's just chilling for now. Gonna back off. He's not gonna jump in. And so they get a couple of kills and a turret, and they're not necessarily out of this one yet.
No, as we mentioned earlier, they, in theory, have better scaling. And taking a look at the replay, Tushin locks up Cougar and then Kramer with the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, but Cougar able to live with about 100 HP there. Kuro couldn't quite get the kill, and then the curtain call. Looks like Zyra just disappeared into the portal, never to be seen again.
Jin already doing a nice bit of damage there with that curtain call, not to mention the collateral damage out of Punch. Here we go, Abyssal Voyage, as they want more. Gonna force a flash out of Kramer. And the trade everybody wants to see.
Yep.
Roach dredgelining to get away from the treant. The sapling, I guess.
He's calling over his cat friend.
Yeah.
To potentially look for a kill onto Roach, but now he knows that he was spotted on top of a control ward.
Friends of the jungle, unite. As Mowgli says no. Comes up towards mid. Actually, Jin is pretty far up in the lane. And he does have Thrill of the Hunt, but So we'll get back in time.
Not wanting to do anything. Both teams being extremely passive right here. Even if Mowgli, yeah, he gets that one, but small Raptors are actually a little bit more important. Looks like actually Punch as well going Edge of Night for his first lethality item. On the hunt gets used.
Yeah, and the teleport from behind from Marin. He should be able to get on to Punch here. Flash away, but he still gets him. Trying to dash away. He's very, very low. Tushin the only damage over there, so he will survive. Guger, meanwhile, did take a bunch of damage. Somehow, Roach is in the back here and knocks up a bunch of members. Misses that dredge line. Meanwhile, the Curtain Call doing a bit of poke damage. But it doesn't look like Kongdoo Monster has enough follow-up to really go in after the Nautilus. So nobody dies.
Yeah, that was a very important fight for both parties where Afreeca were really just looking for a pick or two because they can immediately have translated that into a Baron at that point in the game. And Kongdoo, you know, in the same sense, they needed to make sure that none of their members went down, simply just to prevent that from happening. So they almost got caught out yet again, but they managed to stabilize, and if they can keep doing this, it's going to eventually reach a point where Afreeca are going to be extremely reliant on having that flash up on Mowgli and Marin in order to get to the backline of Kongdoo.
See that Kuro is sitting pretty right now at 1-0 and 2. 2 major items completed so far. Also has that tier building up. So definitely will be a source of massive damage as we get later and later into this game. Everybody grouping up now for the Ocean Drake. It's about to spawn in 15 seconds.
Oh, Soul getting the red buff really quick. Guger recalling. Oh, okay, does not reset. Nice crit damage right there. Another Ocean Drake. Potentially about to be picked up by Afreeca. But when it gets to 2, that's when it's slightly noticeable in standoffs and stalemates, but still definitely not the best dragons that Afreeca could have hoped for.
I think the next one might also be an Ocean Drake.
Stop it.
It didn't change.
Not again.
The picture didn't change.
This is like Rebecca Black telling us she's coming out with another song.
Oh, man. Here we go. Yeah, it's got to be another Ocean Drake. It hasn't changed. And the writing on the wall as well, the symbol, didn't change. So third Ocean Drake. Afreeca not too happy. If you get, you know, an Infernal Drake or 2 or a Mountain Drake or 2 and you have a Cassiopeia on your team, if the enemy team gets out of position for 1 second, you can burn down the Baron in like 15 seconds. Maybe even less, so Kongdoo should be pretty happy that all they have to deal with is some Ocean Drake stuff and that it's not something worse.
Well, they're securing vision control around the Baron. They were looking for a pick. They're not going to find one. Sometimes it's even difficult to do so against an Ashe because of that hawk shot. Marin, though, has to be really careful here.
He's going to be hooked on up, and you can see just how tanky he is. Punch desperately trying to do some damage, but he goes down below half, but he's not going to die. Kuro does get tagged by the Curtain Call. It's 2 shots. Will the 4th one land? It will, so now he's down to half health. Oh,
even more of a chunk, and Mowgli has to be really, no.
Boy, okay, he's forced to flash away, but Edge is on the way. Will be forced to throw of the hunt to survive. And so Kongdoo Monster, even though they're behind on gold, they're still trying to make something happen in terms of these picks.
Definitely a thin line was just walked for both teams right there. They couldn't quite bring down Marin, and then it almost looked like Edge was going to potentially get picked off in the river, but then the team fight got turned on its head once again. Kuro got completely gutted, and with that, Afreeca was forced to concede ground around their red side, and now the game goes back into a passive phase. Both top laners have teleport available to them. Remember, Mowgli should be able to be with Roach in theory, but the problem is that Cougar can shut down any sort of 2v2-on-1 plays that Afreeca would try to make via the Abyssal Voyage. And we're also about to enter into the phase where Kongdoo Monsters can initiate a 1-3-1.
We're taking a look at this, and it's not the most exciting. One thing you do want to notice is that Marin is about 80 CS ahead over Roach, so I mean that is very significant at this point in the game.
Almost has a Flame Horizon going for him, and this is what we really came for. Right
I wonder
here.
what it's like when you're a professional top laner, and this is all you do all game.
Just let it unfold, Brendan.
Just let it happen.
Just let it
It's like a golf commentary, you know? It's like, oh, he's taking about 10% health.
All right.
All right, back to the action.
We can talk again.
Abyssal Voyage, okay, Kuro will get the big stun onto Cougar. Exhaust comes out, and they're not going to turn it. And Kuro once more doing a bit of damage. Even Edge is going to run away. Nice response there from Kuro to not die to that ping.
And they didn't get a pick right there, and that means that nothing is probably going to happen yet again. And you know, the real problem for Kramer is he can't make use of mid-map arrows or arrows from like 3,000, 4,000 range away because of the Tahm Kench. He'll just eat up whoever ends up getting hit by that arrow, and then it completely shuts down Afreeca's ability to make anything happen there. And so Kongdoo, I really like what they're doing. They're doing exactly what's necessary. They're keeping Edge up in top lane. They're denying Afreeca's ability to shove that in. Even if they concede mid-tier 1 turret here, it's not going to be the end of the world. And they can endlessly turtle their blue side jungle, much similarly to how a red side Varus can turtle his side of the jungle, except you can do it as blue side Jhin because of that curtain call. It's too difficult for Afreeca to funnel into Kongdoo's blue side jungle against that and somehow make something happen, and so you have this never-ending cycle. The problem is, though, is that they're a little bit reliant on dragon spawns going in their favor, and thus far it really has.
So, nice big crit there onto Red will secure it for Soul. Marin, if he had gotten there maybe 10 seconds earlier, he could have stolen that away. But Jhin will secure it. It looks like Marin will go back to fighting against his ally that also doesn't die. Okay, Abyssal Voyage coming on in. The curtain call does slow down both Mowgli and Tushin. Nice big shot there onto Tushin. Marin is just going to teleport on in. There's the arrow. It does go wide. Now they're focusing onto Roach. He's taking a bit of damage, forced to flash away. Now they don't have that frontline tank anymore, so they're all forced to back off, and no picks happen.
Well, Dragon is coming up. That's the big reward, Brendan.
Yeah, Afreeca, they win the fight, and they get a third Ocean Drake. It's very nice.
The one thing about this, though, is that does mean that they're going to have 4 dragons for Elder, and that's going to be something that's very difficult for Kongdoo Monsters to try to stop when it does spawn here.
Yeah,
Kongdoo instantly responding with a Baron attempt.
I don't know if they're going to be able to pull this off. You can see they're not entirely committing to it as well.
Interestingly enough, these are actually the scenarios where that triple Ocean Drake, double Ocean Drake, is really going to play a big part. But hold on, Tushin decided he's not long for this world. Going to get mid-tier 1 turret off his death. I don't think that Kongdoo can take this much further, but if Roach lands a Dredge line, no, not today.
Nah, decided against it. He's like, nah, not feeling it. But they may turn back onto this Baron.
That triple Ocean's actually going to do a lot of work here. If the stalemate goes on way too long. Kongdoo can't... Oh, the Dredge line missed. That is so big.
That was so close, too. He, like, threaded the needle on that one. Very nice movement there from Afreeca to not get caught, and they stopped the Baron play. So after all, this is very beneficial once again for Afreeca. They get the turret, they get the third Ocean Drake. There will be Elder up next. So even if we do have this passivity up until Elder, I mean, Afreeca's going to be in a really nice spot if they can pick that up.
Hold on, we're about to let the magic happen.
Yeah.
This is where it
Let's see
all
it.
comes down. Yep. Bob Ross
right.
couldn't quite paint the picture this good. Hold on.
Oh. So close.
They don't understand what's important. Hopefully we get.
They almost got on the same screen there. Oh, they're fighting. Hey, they're fighting.
Wait a second. We're just waiting for the camera to shift to the real action.
You can see that they were fighting, and
They
then they're
were,
like,
yeah.
actually not.
They ruined it. Oh.
Okay, I mean, they got Edge and Gugar in here, and he lands the slow. Marin forced to ult. He tries to flash the Deadly Thriller. It's just not enough. It's him against the world, and he wins. Walks away.
He just ran through the entire team of Kongdoo.
That's nice.
Half HP. Now that Ocean Drake doing work.
Look at how fast he gets up, and he's Maokai too. Okay, they're gonna blow more stuff on him. Will he actually die? It looks like he might this time. Nope, not yet. Oh, he will. The
so
crit.
they got him.
And that's pretty big. Marin's a huge front line for them right now, and if they don't have him, I mean, I would assume Mowgli's not that tanky, and Afreeca wouldn't want to fight a 4v5 right now. So they delay the game even further.
And I mean, honestly, the only way that I can describe Marin's movements there for the last 30 seconds would be nothing short of just tilt. It doesn't make any sense to randomly run through the red side jungle, you get caught by a Tahm Kench, you run through the team, and then you still posture around mid lane as if you have anything to gain. There's nothing to gain right now. You had nothing to gain by being where you were. You end up getting caught out, you go down, you're going to have teleport available to you. Your death doesn't really mean anything for the enemy team, but still, it may just be extremely frustrating that Afreeca, they clearly can't make anything happen. There's no synergy between Marin and Mowgli in bottom lane to do anything to Roach. And even if they could, the Abyssal Void would shut it down instantly. And so they're really wishing probably right about now that those 3 Oceans were something like 2 Infernals or even 3 Mountain Drakes. That way Marin could just ignore Roach and keep auto-attacking the turret. Not able to be that fortunate. So Kongdoo Monsters, they're winning the lottery a lot this game.
They're hanging in there, that's for sure. And as you said, tilt, frustration, almost boredom. You know, he's like looking for something to happen, but nothing quite happens. Cougar Voids is in alone, and will be forced to wait for that cooldown to come up once again. They were looking to potentially get on to Tushin or Kramer there up front, but no can do. Gonna set their sights on Baron now. They're gonna start it even. This is seen. And immediately they back off as Thrill of the Hunt is used. Just teasing Afreeca.
It's the never-ending story. Did you ever watch that movie as a kid?
I haven't actually.
Oh man, you're missing out. Oh, Cougar though. It's actually a lot of damage. He does have that gray health though. He's a big boy.
He's getting it back. He wishes he had 3 Oceans
Kongdoo
right
actually, yeah, they are the jet lag. I keep forgetting about that. I keep forgetting about it. The jet lag. Keep forgetting.
Yeah, it's just like real lag in the game.
Yeah.
It just goes white because, you know, brain's lagging.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
It all makes sense now.
Yeah.
All right. So, yeah. All right, we're going to clear out some more vision.
Oh.
And, but they're on a ward. They don't know it.
But a lot of members of Kongdoo did just go back. You can see Rise was heading there.
Rise was still heading towards his base.
He was walking back.
Jet lag.
Jet lag, okay. Well, here we go. We got the curtain call, and a lot of members on Afreeca now very low. And it looks like Roach is actually able to keep that Baron alive, but it looks like Afreeca wants to re-engage here. Cougar getting caught out. He will go down. Lots of damage, though, and a big knock-up.
Look at Marin.
Look at Marin. He's going so deep. This is the fight of the tanks against the rest of the other team. Marin does die. He locks up Tushin there, and Roach is still alive.
Just no one can actually get to each
Uses
other.
the blasting plants. He's going on in. That was a bit of a mistake. Probably figured the rest of his team would follow up. And will they be able to? The flash over the wall. The great Kuro somehow survives. Oh, he's so low.
Oh, death fire.
Oh, he goes down. Just barely.
What amount of moxie coming out of Soul just now, flashing that if Kuro or anyone had reacted to that just slightly sooner, Soul would have just gotten blown up, and that could have potentially been the Baron, but I really like that gutsy play going over the wall, and you could see that Afreeca wasn't even entertaining it as a possibility.
Soul was sick of us making fun of his team. He's like, I'm not jet-lagged, guys. I can do it. And here we go, Afreeca. They're moving towards Elder Drake, but the rest of Kongdoo is going to Baron. Looks like they may just give this one up and take Elder for it.
Kongdoo thinks that they've won, but little do they know they're about to fight a 4 Elemental Drake Elder Dragon. So that's a big Elder Drake. That is a gigantic Elder Dragon. Yeah, he's big, man. He's really big.
2.5 minutes of Elder Drake glory.
So Baron will have a little bit of an edge on that in terms of duration, but definitely the punch that the Elder Dragon is going to give is significantly more valuable than the Baron buff right now. And when you look at the lanes, you can see that Kongdoo Monsters doesn't really have much to work with. They don't have a bottom lane that they can go to. Top lane, they have Edge up there with that Baron buff, but they're going to be forced into a siege-like stance, and that's going to actually play into Afreeca's hands. Afreeca wants to definitely fight while they have this Elder Dragon available to them. They're not going to get another chance for the foreseeable future. So they need to make something happen.
Soul is really scary right now. He's on 4 major items. He's 3-0-3 with almost 400 CS. Asha essentially in the same boat, also with 4 major items and 400 CS. The crits coming out of Jhin, very, very scary. Whereas the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, always going to be less effective because of the Tom Kench. He's looking for it though. We'll see what he can get started here. Hawk shot to start. And nope. They see it's a roach, they're like, ah, well, we won't even bother. Edge able to take out the top turret. One person in the audience clapped for that one. I heard it.
And Kongdoo not really getting too much accomplished with their Baron, but they don't really need to as the Elder. That's basically the one opening that Afreeca had, and it's almost gone. Definitely not the best situation right now for them.
See a bunch of back pings on Tamarin, and is this just going to be a repeat? I mean, it's him against the world once again. He's forced to flash. But he gets caught in a not-so-great situation once again on the map, and will not have that flash for the next fight to engage.
And here comes Kongdoo up mid lane, and here's that timing on the Baron. It's still alive, but Afreeca not as fortunate. Don't have the Elder Dragon available to them. Marin has the flank.
Here it comes. Teleport on in. Thrill of the Hunt used as well. Who will be the target? He gets onto Edge, who immediately QSS out. And the big knock up onto Googer. They're going to try to turn this around. The curtain call just barely misses Tushin. Roach going to move on forward. They do knock up Marin here. He's getting extremely low. Not able to get that redemption, and down he goes. And all of a sudden, Kongdoo Monster, with that Baron buff, able to push in here just towards the end. Will they get this turret? Not 100% sure, it doesn't look like it.
Well, they are just waiting for one more minion wave. The problem is that it's so difficult for Kuro and Kramer to really get any sort of damage off. Googer is so obnoxious, able to eat up Roach whenever he really gets in danger, and then they can just juggle the Nautilus shield in between the Devourer cooldowns, and it provides this really never-ending tanky front line, and Afreeca don't really seem to have an answer to it, primarily because Mowgli is also going tank. Just look at, he doesn't even really deal that much damage to punch.
Yeah, this is really unfortunate, especially because the arrow missed too from way down range, but he's gonna come on in once again. Edge of Night is procced, and Punch turns it around. Mowgli forced to flash away, and he just gets eaten up by Googer right there to save him.
They do go flash for flash right there. But now this enters into the stage of the game where Kongdoo Monsters, they have the ability to go into 1-3-1. So taking a quick look at this replay, you can see that Marin, he gets into the backline, but you know, Maokai doesn't actually deal that much damage. And then once this engage happened, Googer ate up Roach. You can see that Roach is taking no damage. The reverse curtain call comes out to turn the fight. Marin gets locked up, and I mean, there's nothing that they can do. If those type of engagements keep happening, Afreeca is going to lose the game. They need Tushin to be in a better position, but then the problem is that Rengar's itemization doesn't enable him to threaten the backline.
That's very true. It's a pretty rough spot right now for Afreeca. They're desperately trying to get some kind of pick. What can they do? We got Baron coming up in a minute 40. So just vision clearing for now. Here's the arrow. Okay,
arrow
goes wide. And look at that. I mean, Googer was right next to him. So even if that hits, you know, what does it really do? It takes Devour off cooldown. That's what it does. So Tom Kent's being a pretty nice pick for them so far in this game. As well as that Graves. You can see just how much damage he was able to do in that fight. Oh, the Tongue Lash misses. The Dredge Line hits, but right underneath the turret. They're not going to overstep their boundaries here.
And you see what's very peculiar about all of this is you see Kongdoo almost in a bizarre turn of events. They're just constantly staying together as a team, despite the fact that they have Teleport Up, they have Rise, and they have Abyssal Voyage on Tom Kench. Their macro right now is actually very lackluster, but the comp is doing the job for them.
Yeah, and they catch Marin again. You can see he takes about 5% of his health and damage, so that's a win for them. He's going to get that right up the next time he hits a minion. But, oh, and yeah, he's got the 3 Ocean Drakes too. But maybe they can engage here. Roach, he was looking for it. Nope, not going to go on in. Roach has his GA up, and now with Baron about to spawn, it's going to be a rough spot. There's no vision around the Baron. They're going to rely on Hawk Shot. Here comes the Dredge Line trying to get on in. They knock up Kuro.
Now they juggle that with Googer. That's what I was talking about. Enables Roach to be a never-ending front line. And neither team can really make anything happen. This is a very peculiar turn of events. Bottom lane now, the minions are getting sick of this. They're deciding that they're gonna end this.
Is there a ward around Dragon that Marin can TP to? I don't really see one.
Baron's going down right now. Mowgli not really in a...
Okay.
That Baron was left with quite a lot of HP. I don't know what Kongdoo's doing. Tushin can cast his ult.
Well, not going to happen.
What
and
is
it looks
going
like Mowgli is going to get it. Googer going on in, and
what?
Everybody on Kongdoo way out of position now. Roach going to go down. Very unfortunate series of events for Kongdoo.
Okay, and this Baron is actually going to persist through into Elder. Oh no, punch. They better hope that Edge doesn't get caught out. They don't sniff him out, so Edge at least will... Oh no!
Oh, they find him! Oh, they get Edge too! That is so unfortunate. Tushin flashing the wall even just to make sure that he doesn't die. And look at the death timers right now, too. It looks like they want to get Soul. That's going to be Soul going down, too. He's not going to come up for 60 seconds. Is there a chance they could actually end the game here? I mean, we got Googer coming up in 10, but everybody else is about 40 seconds.
I think that they can end the game here. They have all 5 members here, except for, well, yeah. I think this is going to be it.
Oh, they use the arrow.
The arrow.
Goes wide.
Googer, yep.
Really, what can Googer do at this point? He's all alone just watching it happen. Gonna throw down Redemption, not gonna be enough, and that will be game number 1 finally, going over to Afreeca.
All right, and well, you can probably hear the cheers from the crowd for Afreeca. That was a game that looked literally completely lost for them. It looked completely hopeless. You could see that they didn't have a real response to deal with Kongdoo's front line, and that juggle from the Tom Kent and the Nautilus And then Kongdoo Monsters, in a bizarre spin, just completely throw the game in a matter of 30 seconds. I have no words for what I just witnessed, right, leading up to that.
I mean, they were playing quite well up until that point. I mean, they were getting so much vision down. They were using their comp. I mean, you know, you were talking about the macro stuff that they weren't quite doing.
Well, early on in the early phases with the vision controlling, basically playing with map hack, keeping all tabs on Mowgli. But the real problem is that they didn't have any macro. Like, let us be honest for a second here, that they had a Ryze, a Tahm Kench, a Nautilus, teleport available. There was no usage of a 1-3-1. There was no split push mechanics being used or even touched upon. The composition was doing everything for them, and even that couldn't save them. And in this replay here, they leave the Baron with 5,000 HP. Then they take a Ryze ultimate into the Baron pit and say, here, kill us here. We like you. We would rather die here. And I mean, Roach just gets left to die. Punch and Edge are trying to run through the red side of the jungle, but it just doesn't matter. They can turn the attention there. And I don't even know how to feel about this, Brendan. I'll be completely honest.
You seem to be at a loss of words, especially watching that replay again. I suppose just under the pressure they cracked. They brought it to very, very close, and they were actually ahead of Afreeca at that point. But either way, guys, we are going to go to a 2-minute break before we get into the analyst desk between games. Oh, okay, my mic was off there. Welcome back, guys, to the analyst desk. It's Valdez with Binu once again. I'm going to jump into the recap of what exactly happened in game number 1.
And conclusively, it looks like Afreeca Freecs basically had the upper hand. At least the Dragons make it look like it, but really, it was all about that endgame chaos that went down right in front of the Baron. Who would have guessed that was going to happen?
You can see that Soul was desperately trying to carry his team, but not quite able to. As LS did point out, they didn't seem to have a full grasp of what their composition was capable of in the macro sense. They really didn't abuse it even one time.
And you really have to feel for Soul, because even domestically, he's this player that's being really, you know, focused on as the backbone of this Kongdoo Monster team, right? It's, I think, a popular nickname that's going around the community is that Kongdoo Monsters is actually Soul and the boys. But
Soul and the boys.
in all seriousness, he looked really good on that Jhin, and I don't know. With Kongdoo Monsters, sometimes it's like they're winning until they aren't, and you're just left with this question, like, how did they lose?
Yeah. So let's see what the analysts have to say about this.
And everyone kind of talking about the ambiguous nature of the conclusion of that game, I think. Kanata even suggesting, you know, we know that Afreeca did win, but he feels like they might have some doubts. They're not maybe like too confident. They're not maybe too comfortable with the, you know, content of that game from start to finish. But right now, it looks like we're going to take a look at some of the highlights from that first set.
And this is the big highlight. Baron, they left it at 3K. You see Mowgli able to restart that one at about 6.9. And just a huge mistake. They take the Rise ultimate on in. I mean, mistakes just abound in everything. And they just get totally routed. Everybody going in different directions. Afreeca just kind of doing what they had to, you know, nothing really special, right?
I really like how they just skipped everything else and just went for the final play, right? It's almost as if they're saying, yeah, that's all you need to know about this game.
Pretty much. And that was a fantastic job by Tushin to make sure that he did take out Edge there. And nice play by Kramer too. Soul, I feel like he was out of position. And after something like that happens, you have to feel like his mentality is just crushed, you know, so.
A couple of questions regarding the MVP too, because if Kongdoo Monster won, it wouldn't even be a question. Soul would get it, but who gets in now? Afreeca did take that game.
Well, we're about to find out. It's going to be Kuro on Cassiopeia. Interesting choice. I mean, he did a lot of damage, I suppose, and was part of the reason why the Baron was burned down so fast, but I don't really know. Seemed like a pretty standard game.
You sound like you have someone else in mind.
Not really, that's the only thing.
Yeah.
You know? Like Marn, he got caught out a bunch of times, made things pretty hard for his team. Kramer wasn't doing really consistent damage. Mowgli had like a pretty, you know, it wasn't a flashy game. It wasn't, you know, and I guess that's where you eventually arrive at Kuro, where it's like, oh, he had like a pretty solid game, better than the rest. So he's the MVP, quote unquote, but he's not really, it's not like he had a super flashy or fantastic game.
Now, Helio's pointing to his shoulder saying, looks like, I believe they're talking about Soul. Looks like there's a heavy load on Soul's shoulders in the next game.
He's got to put the team on his back, man.
Now, Kanata saying, on the bright side, Kongdoo Monster did kind of show flashes of brilliance. He feels like even though they were down a lot of dragons, even though they were kind of playing catch-up at different points in the game, they were trying things, and he sees that pretty positively. And again, contextually speaking, coming back from IEM, Helio says he was slightly impressed. They definitely did a little bit better than he expected.
So we are going to be going into game 2 right away, guys, in just about 2 minutes. We'll be back with KDM versus Afreeca for game 2. Welcome back to LCK 2017 Spring. It's me, Valdez, and LS. We're in the midst of KDM, Kongdoo Monster versus the Afreeca Freecs. Kuro able to pick up the MVP in game number 1 in what was a ultra passive game.
That is an understatement for what that game just was. And honestly, it was one of the, as I was saying right before we went to the Analyst X break, it was one of the most bizarre turn of events I've ever witnessed in pro play, where the game looked like it was all but impossible for Afreeca to somehow get a win or an edge anywhere, even with the upcoming Elder Dragon, because at that point in the game, Kongdoo would have been at 5-6 items across all of their champions. And it just looked like the composition was going to be immune to anything Afreeca would try to throw at it. But then somehow the impossible did happen. They left a Baron with 5,000 HP, and then they they gave him another, cherry on top as they poured it into the pit. But in a very peculiar spin of events, Kongdoo's macro just was not there, was completely absent. But their early game was really strong. So coming into game number 2, how about step away from the macro and just go balls to the wall, aggressive, and then maybe try to edge out some sort of a victory that way.
We'll see how they want to start it off here. Afreeca this time is on the blue side. And they're going to start with Tom Kent. They're like, no, we're not going to allow you to do that.
Which that was banned. We're not letting that get away. And Mowgli kept in, actually. Surprising. And LeBlanc now being probably going to be banned away here by Kongdoo.
It's funny that
unless they let it up. LeBlanc, it has to be thought of as maybe, Kongdoo Monsters, they would want to try something aggressive like that.
It's funny that Afreeca bans the Rengar. They're like, no, Mowgli, we weren't happy with your Rengar play. We're just going to take that away from you.
Yeah.
It's not happening. We put him on Graves instead. Ryze is the 3rd ban for Afreeca.
And Camille now being hovered. Very quick pick ban phase has unfolded here. Rengar taken off the table, that mostly only leaves Elise as a normal response to the Graves. Jace now being hovered. He might be locked in here.
Yeah, pretty much immediately. Seemed like they were pretty confident about that. And there's that Elise you were talking about.
So now Afreeca, knowing that that Jace is most likely only going to be put into the mid lane. Roach, let's be honest, he doesn't play anything but tank up in top. You don't have to worry about that Jace being flexible. Afreeca now highlighting the Ashe.
And with no Tom Kench and the soft counter against Jhin in the bot lane, you pick up the Ashe. You also get Zyra. So both Kramer and Tushin going to be playing the same champs this time around.
And it's really interesting because it looks like Afreeca Freecs, they don't want to give too much away until they know exactly what they're up against. The Jhin now coming out does show a lot of physical damage on Kongdoo's side. And now this enables Afreeca to actually target support picks if they want to do that. In the second ban phase here, with Tom already having been banned away, there's only a few options remaining. Karma, Misfortune. Echo is banned away. That could signify that Kongdoo actually wants to pick up the Syndra, and there's the hover.
Afreeca not giving them any hope.
And it is banned away by Afreeca. I do like what Kongdoo is going for somewhat with the aggression in the jungle and the mid lane, and now a Rumble being banned away, targeting that at Marin. This does still enable him to have that cannon available to him, though, up in the top lane.
Very true. What will be the last ban here for Afreeca? It's going to be a support. They've already picked their support. Want to take the Karma away from Kongdoo.
So they take the Karma away, and what that ends up doing is it basically funnels Kongdoo Monsters into picking something like the Misfortune Other than that, the only other options remaining really is going to be like Nami or something abnormal. But if you do pick the MF, which is the standard pick here, it ends up leaving you extremely susceptible. If you look at all of those champions, there's not a lot of disengage. It's basically like they're entirely going to be glass cannon. And this was what I was talking about coming into the pick ban phase, that maybe this is just what you have to do.
You gotta shove it down their throats, give it right back to them. And I don't know if it's gonna work out, honestly. I mean, there's a pretty decent amount of disengage already on the side of Afreeca. They pick up Maokai as a frontline tank. Corki's got a fantastic disengage for Kuro.
Oh. Brilliant Soul. So if you want to be a glass cannon, I think now's the time to do it. And now Roach, though, the real question is going to be, can he play Jace up in the top lane? Because when you think of Roach, you mostly think of only tank champions, very slow, and not really a carry type player.
So can he actually make that work? And will this composition that seems pretty risky overall, can it actually work?
Afreeca picking basically a no-theme composition, and this is something that I was talking about earlier on today on Twitter, where you only can get away with this if you're significantly better than your opponents. Now, Afreeca, many would assume and many would argue that they are in fact much better than Kongdoo monsters, but the problem with no theme compositions is that you're forced into very ABC play, and it means that if you fall behind, you only have really one option, and if you get ahead, you only have really one option. And there's not a lot of wiggle room with that, and so they're going to need to stabilize advantages against Kongdoo monsters and then just drive it home via Maokai engagements in the mid game.
We'll see if they can do exactly that as we take one last look at the compositions of both teams. We got Maokai, Graves, Corki, Ashe, Zyra.
And Jace, Elise, Aurelion Sol, Jhin, and Misfortune. So lots of potential for aggression across every single lane. We'll have to see what they can do with it. This is what I wanted to see them do.
Yeah, this should make for an exciting game as well. We'll see if it pays off for Kongdoo Monster going up against Afreeca in game number 2.
Guy is nuts, man. He always yells.
It's good though.
He's so loud. He's the one-man army.
He's the true fan of Kongdoo Monster. He's.
What if he is the monster?
He's the monster of the
Kongdoo
team.
Monster?
They named it after him.
Yeah. What if that's him? In the flesh. We'll never know. But what we do know is that this game not going to be as chaotic as it was in game number 1.
Interesting position here. Right around where they would get hit with the sapling. But they're not engaging. They're not invading. Kongdoo just fanned out. And I think we've seen Aurelion Sol as a response to Corki in the past. Seems to do pretty well. So, question is, can Edge play it against Kuro's Corki?
We're going to have a Wraith camp, or a Raptor camp start here for Punch and for Mowgli.
Marin wants to help him out a little bit.
Oh!
Steals
Marin
one.
actually stole one. And that doesn't seem that big, but it really actually is. Now I do believe that Marin does get level 2 off the first wave up in top lane, so that's kind of nice.
It'll be important to see that because he can definitely get a nice bit of damage right before Jace hits level 2. Doesn't look like he's trying to force it though. Playing it very safely. Didn't want to eat that damage, but did have to.
And not too much really happening early on here. Aurelion Sol can get chunked early on, and that can really set the pace for the laning phase. Lots of nice poke actually coming out of Googer. That was really nice. Very well done by him. And already, I mean, lane starting out pretty good in bottom for Kongdoo Monsters.
Mowgli looking to put down some of his own wards. Well, actually, hold that thought.
Oh, man.
He's going for the gank here onto Roach. And we could see a flash engage. No, not going to go for the flash. And that should tip Roach off that someone is around, that Mowgli's here. And Mowgli just going to settle for the Crux.
Now going to come down and take the Scuttle Crab. Wouldn't be surprised if we actually see him move into the jungle and go for Mowgli's golems. Or instead, he could actually potentially wrap around, but Kuro does have the cleanse available. He will have to juggle against 2 stuns, though. All right, he actually did manage to get all of that. Just looked a little bit funny. Mowgli gets the better end of all of this, though. As you can see, Punch now, he's going to return to a jungle that has nothing inside of it. And now Mowgli is going to be able to get 2 golem camps to start off this game, and that's going to propel him to a nice little advantage early on here. As you can see that now his path is going to be basically linear up to the top half of the map. He knows that he doesn't need to be in bottom for much longer. Kramer and Tushin content to just keep farming it out. And what it'll also end up doing is he'll run into Punch on the top half of the map.
Punch looking to jump on into the Gromp. We'll be able to take that out, as no one is there to stop him. Googer getting very low. He gets rooted up here. Tushin's going deep. He uses that exhaust, force the flash away. So that's 2 summoners used by Tushin and no kills.
Overstepping his boundaries just a little bit. Don't know what Roach and Punch are trying to do here. Oh, here comes Edge.
Okay.
All right, they're gonna try to 3-man this. Marin might potentially know that this is actually coming. Really nice setup by Roach, grooming him for what's about to come.
And we see Punch gonna get that aggro, gonna jump on in. That's first blood given to Chase as well. Very nicely done.
Really well executed by Kongdoo just now. Mowgli comes down, gets a ward, but not really going to do too much. He just sees Edge running back to the mid lane. See, the Kuro actually has a Sheen now as well, so going for very heavy trades against Edge. Mowgli's going to go back into farm mode, and we can just see how this gank was set up. So the Cocoon hits, pretty easy trajectory for it, and they almost chain it up with Edge, but Roach able to get the kill right at the end. We're gonna have to see what he does with that advantage. Phage first for Roach, so Black Cleaver gonna be the item of choice for him. And Edge also with the Boots of Swiftness on that Aurelion Soul, gonna further enable his roaming potential.
Mowgli being really annoying with some of this counter jungling. He gave his Gromp on over to Elise, but he goes in there, steals the Raptors, wards the red that's coming up pretty soon, steals the Krugs, and now they might want to set up a gank of their own, and there's no vision around here. Here they come. Oh, Mowgli eats a shot a little bit early, but still they will come on in. There's the burst damage, trying to get up to Marin, and oh boy, Marin will go down. And they trade 1 for 1. Nicely done by Roach.
And Punch and Edge in the meantime immediately responding with the attack onto the mid-tier 1 turret. And I don't this is the situation, I don't know who shreds quicker. You might assume that the Sheen on Corki would be effective, but seems like both teams are actually backing up a little bit, and it was more effective.
And Aurelion Soul clears the wave really fast.
Okay, we're might be seeing more chaos unfold. Just a second here, Marin actually on janitor duty in mid lane, having to run straight up here. Very surprising that Punch actually didn't opt to go into the right side jungle and steal away the red buff from Mowgli. That would hurt him a lot more. Instead opts to go onto the left-hand side and compromise Mowgli's blue side jungle. So very peculiar jungle pathing. You can see now that Mowgli is actually heading onto the right-hand side. Wants to clear that entire side of the jungle, and this is because this lines up with around the time that Kramer and Tushin are going to be hitting 6. And so Graves would definitely want to be going down to the bottom lane with that red buff on to set up some sort of game.
Well, they're going to steal the blue. They know where Mowgli is. So doing well on that front is Kongdoo. Gotta admire their tenacity, you know. Everybody highlighting, you know, their not so great performance at IEM. They're 1-7 so far in LCK. And yeah, they come out here in game number 2. I was expecting them to kind of, you know, crumple like a leaf, but actually they're ahead here to start the game. So props to them. Never give up, never surrender.
And Mowgli and Kuro not able to get a steal onto the blue, and I do have to say that it's a little bit peculiar to me that Marin's able to stay as close in CS as he has been this game. Oh.
Gonna land the root, but Punch is able to repel up into the sky. Nice deadly flourish. Thunderlords from MF doing a nice bit of damage, and there's the arrow. It goes right on through. Mowgli will get that. Ton of damage comes down onto Tushin, and he lives. The crit, though, will go down onto Graves. He will pay for it with his life. Nice job targeting that plant. Will Soul go down? It doesn't look like it. One more shot, so close, and he lives. Somehow, some way, Soul is able to stay alive and get the kill. So that's a 2 for 0, and even though Mowgli got the blue, it immediately goes over to Soul.
Just a little bit too aggressive and really committing way too much to try to get that blue buff away. It's even going to cost them the first turret of the game. Looks like it's going to be split up between Punch and Edge. And things are looking fantastic right now for Kongdoo Monsters, and this is the Edge that I was talking about, where they looked like they were significantly better at the early stages of the game. Things just seem to be panning out for them. And so you can see here that Tushin and Kuro, they were right here. They get the blue. Tushin didn't really have a target that he could exhaust. Soul flashes over, gets the kill right there, takes the blasting plant, and took Kuro with him, but Kuro just wasn't quite in range to catch up. He ended up going down as well.
So Afreeca desperately trying to make something work. They take the red, and they do get out. So at least they get that for their team. But down about 2.3k gold is Afreeca. Really in some danger here.
And just over a 2k gold lead right now for Kongdoo Monsters. Marin and Roach not really having the most exciting of times up in top, but this is a really nice gank setup. Don't like the fact that Marin pushed that wave, though. He could have used it to freeze, and that would have forced Roach to actually come up even closer to get the wave.
Oh, they're going to flash on in. Roach taking so much damage. Will he get away? The flash forward for Mowgli, and there is the kill.
Pick up the kill onto Roach just now. Nice big pressure relief. Meanwhile, in bottom,
whoa. Getting a little bit too close to that turret, taking aggro and being bopped up by the Zyra. Nice play there by Tushin.
Yeah, they just got clown bopped underneath that turret. Marin gonna be able to pick up top tier 1 here. Kongdoo might get themselves a Cloud Drake. Not the most exciting dragons tonight in LCK.
Clown Drake here. Not what they wanted. Weren't looking to party. Oh, okay, well.
A little bit of a reset.
Yeah. Just a bit. So they picked that up. And with their very aggressive composition, I suppose they can get into position a little bit better.
Again, Kongdoo Monsters, they're still in the lead, and they still have a lot of stuff available to them. They also have the fact that Marin, being forced to itemize all that armor early on, going to be extremely susceptible to the damage that Aurelion Sol and Elise can put out inside of a team fight. Top lane being opened up, though, is a little bit interesting, and normally mid lane would be a really big capture for any team, but I think it's a little bit unique in this scenario in that Corki is generally someone that lives in the side lanes. And you can see from Afreeca's team composition, they're not really going to be one that would go into a siege-like scenario.
Now back down here, you can see the spot lane turret is getting a little bit low. Already the mid turret gone for Afreeca. Edge might look to make the play down bot. They're going to clear out some of the wards at first. Will they actually go for it? They're going to move on to the red buff first as well. Tushin, it looks like he's identified this, putting down a ward. And there's the arrow, immediately going to cleanse away from that one as Edge. Punch does get the red buff. Mowgli now trying to get over the wall and chase, but Kongdoo will be safe.
Oh, that might be a one-way journey. He does not know what's about to happen.
Oh boy. Does get the Voice of Light pushed just a little bit away. And the knock up onto Punch, but he stays alive. And Tushin forced to get away. Roach now going to teleport on it.
Roach has no mana. Why did he just teleport? Not exactly sure what he was thinking in there. That was a very anticlimactic teleport.
Yeah, not able to do much. And so, I mean, both teleports now down at a similar time. Looks like Marin used his maybe 10 seconds earlier.
Kongdoo Monsters has a little bit of a gold lead right now. Most of that is actually tied up, though, inside of their turret advantage. And we can just see another replay from a few moments ago where you see the Enchanted Crystal Arrow hits onto Cougar, and he's locked up inside a turret range. Curtain Call didn't really get to finish right there.
Nice response by Tushin to immediately flash onto that. The second he saw that he had tower aggro, he's like, okay, I identify that I can get this kill if I flash on it. Very nice play. Looked like maybe Cougar was looking to block the arrow from hitting Soul as well. Guru and Tushin now sitting around here. They may want to jump onto Edge if they can land the arrow, and it lands. No cleanse this time around. It's on cooldown, and down he goes.
Really big pickup right now for Afreeca on that Aurelion Soul. It's going to draw all of Kongdoo Monsters to mid lane. Although you can see pings are happening in top, so they're sending Roach up there temporarily. But a lot of pressure has been created with the death of Aurelion. It's enabling Afreeca to continuously let Mowgli and Kramer farm as much as they please. You can see that Cougar wrapped up a little bit on ward coverage, and in the meanwhile, because he's wrapped up, Tushin able to go in and get some good wards for his team.
Hunt's making a move towards Marin now, and he has not been spotted, but immediately they both back off, as perhaps they're not 100% sure where the other members of the team is. Oh, I think it must have been the package from Corki. They heard that. They're like, okay, no, we gotta back off.
Mowgli does get caught up right there. Not the end of the world, though. Scuttle Crab not long for this world, and Infernal Drake is actually spawning.
Ooh.
In just under 2 minutes. It's going to be high priority for both teams.
There are so many wards down around this area. Both teams can see everything.
Gold score is extremely close right now.
Yeah, very close game. And uh-oh, the root onto Soul, and that's going to be nearly the end of his life. He does get away with a nice flash.
Flash and he'll use. Now Afreeca setting their sights on bottom lane. That's actually really nice time.
So much damage. Trying to get the follow-up kill onto Mowgli, but that was just a really fantastic play by Kongdoo to keep this turret alive.
Cougar dealing enormous amounts of damage. And they're able to keep that bottom turret alive, but in 30 seconds, Dragon's gonna be on the map. Roach doesn't have teleport, and he's spending his time killing golems. I don't know if he has to recall after that. I'm almost positive that he has to. If he goes up to top lane again, it's going to be a very big mistake. Okay, he is recalling. He needs to run down to Dragon, but the problem is that Marin has his teleport available, and he also has the luxury of staying up in top lane if he's so pleased, but with Afreeca being late to the party to get that vision control down.
Also, Marin has 2,000 gold, so he wants to go back and buy something, I would assume. Although he is staying in the lane.
Staying in the lane, they might be doing this because they say, hey, okay, if you can tie up Roach, we would rather trade that off. So if they don't get Roach, but we don't have you, they, you know, that's a better trade-off right now. So Roach is actually forced to come up to top lane. Marin does get his recall off. Gets Frozen Heart. Will certainly help, not just against the Jhin and the Jace, but also even against the Misfortune.
Very nice pickup. And the Infernal Drake has spawned now, so both teams really posturing around there. You can see Roach is about to get his teleport up, doing a nice bit of poke damage onto that turret, but will immediately back off. Missing the red there. Finally, Kramer does get it. Here we go. They are going to start it. Kongdoo right now, immediately teleporting in, and there's the arrow, and it hits Soul right in the front. A huge pick off. Down he goes. That's going to be Infernal Drake given over to Freecs.
Infernal Drake getting picked up there. Everything really just getting committed to make sure that Soul went down. Roach does pick up the turret up in top lane, but that's a really nice trade still for Afreeca. Good for Kongdoo that they did get a tower. They get a little bit of gold off of it. They're even going to get some turret damage down on it as well. Never mind, Roach opts to back off. Rip Herald goes down. No longer on the map. Baron going to be spawning soon, but neither team really in a position to cheese it. It also is going to be extremely difficult for Kongdoo to try to get the Baron without a real tank. You can notice that Punch is actually itemizing even into tanky stats right now.
Tanky Elise. Not something we see all too often, but with their team composition, trying to make it work. Marin just chilling down in bot lane. You can see that Roach is going down to meet him, as Roach does have his teleport. Marin does not. But the teleport did open up that Infernal Drake for Afreeca. We're going to get some saplings down in that jungle, maybe throw down a ward.
Meanwhile, Marin is posturing, looking for maybe something to happen. They're going to find it.
Here we go again. And Marin's right there. The arrow, the alley-oop into Marin picking up that kill. And so now it is 5v4. Roach is bottom, but he does have his teleport. Let's see exactly what they want to do. Do they want to go for that Baron? Do they want to look for another kill, another pick? There was a ping that did go down onto the Baron, but they're not committing to it just yet.
A lot of these Ash arrows are just relieving a lot of pressure on Afreeca and enabling them to go places and get vision control that they otherwise wouldn't be able to. So, oh, Punch. Almost went down there, but Mowgli couldn't quite find the kill. They're going to find themselves mid-tier 1 turret here, and you can see that without that Jhin and the curtain call, they don't really have a way to resist these pushes. And yeah, Jace keeps pushing. He's at a pretty big, or he's a pretty sizable CS advantage, but doesn't really mean that much. That's about to come to an end soon. Maokai is going to be able to blow back.
They're really setting up for this again. There's no vision.
Oh no!
In the blue
Ash
side
arrow
jungle.
Almost up again.
Looks like they're waiting for that or a root. Like, we can get that guy again, right? Worked twice in a row. Mowgli waiting nearby, gonna hand off the blue buff to Corki. And Afreeca, you can see they're taking it a bit safe. You know, they don't immediately go straight towards the Baron right after they get one kill. They're saying, okay, we can posture a bit, pick up a turret. We have the bot lane pushing once again with Marin. We can rotate down there. So after all this, they are going to get 2 more turrets. And a lot of their members should have some gold, so they can go back and buy in. They're going to be in a better spot next time if they get another pick to then go for Baron. And see that they're just trying to control all of the lanes.
They have to play this as standard as possible, and that's what I was talking about in the pick ban phase. When you look at Afreeca's team composition, they're heavily reliant on those Ash Arrows, but even with the Ash Arrow, it's not like it's a real pick comp, it's just something that they have to do.
You see the early Renwins there being made by Punch. He really wants to, I mean, if you look at the composition, you got Graves, Corki even, and the Ash that could be auto-attacking that front line of Elise, so pretty nice pickup for him.
Carrying out vision now inside of Kongdoo Monster's red side. Without Marin, though, it's extremely difficult to start that Baron. Next dragon of the game is another Cloud Drake, so it's not like Afreeca is stalling.
Oh boy, there's the stun, but able to get the Valkyrie just before that does proc. Will survive.
Marin keeping tabs.
Look at this.
On where Roach's movements were.
Thought maybe Kramer was rotating down to go on to Jace, but it's like might just want to pick up that red.
I feel like this is the stage of the game. Oh, Roach. Barely flashed away, but I feel like this is the stage of the game where Jace actually loses the ability to start bullying Maokai. And so now Kongdoo Monsters are going to be in a little bit more of a difficult situation, given that the split push option is no longer going to be available to them, especially as the game draws on. Maokai is just going to become unstoppable in that bottom lane.
You can see already so much armor built up. He finishes Sunfire, KB has an into Tabby as well. Finally itemizing into a bit of MR. We'll have to do that as he begins to truly team fight later on. But as you were saying, definitely hard for Jace to deal with for now.
So if Marin throws a sapling, interrupts the recall, he does.
So obnoxious.
Roach finally able to get the recall off. Dragon's up in 10 seconds. Mowgli looks like he's pathing that way. They might just pick it up because why not? And you can see that Kongdoo Monsters, they don't really know what to do right now. Not that there's too much that they even could do, but the problem is that this time around, they're not going to have the luxury of their team composition to fall behind.
You can see they kind of know this is happening. Question mark ping goes down. Now they will know. But I don't think they were in a position to really contest that either way. The next Drake, I'm not 100% sure what it is. And somehow, someway, Kuro able to take that blue away from Punch.
And kill all of Punch's little spider links. So, took the house and the kids with it.
I guess the next Drake is another Cloud Drake.
Not the best of dragons for Afreeca. Tonight's Drakes here at LCK have been extremely lackluster.
They're just jet lagged. The last lull we had was in Europe. Struggling to come back. Mowgli now coming down bot, but Roach, he does spot this out somehow. Able to back off to safety. Here comes Kuro though, he wants to take a fight. He does not have exhaust. He's actually got cleanse this time, and he's gonna be spotted, but it doesn't look like Afreeca will go on in to greet him. Oh, here it is again, and he hits again! Poor souls!
Oh man, these enchanted crystal arrows are just driving a knife straight into the soul of Kongdoo Monsters.
Specifically into Soul, because he's been hit 3 times now, I think. 1 time onto Googer.
They're ending his career. And now Roach.
The flash on in as well. They really want this kill. And gonna use that gate to actually go the opposite way. Gonna really drag this one out. Jumping on into, picking up some farm on the way. And if Marin wasn't tilted before, well, this is pretty annoying to deal with as well. Wow.
Okay, yeah, that's I don't know if that was actually worth it at the end of the day. That was a very big commitment. You use the flash on your primary tank, an engage tool inside of Marin, you flash on Kuro.
And what do they get?
You get a kill onto Roach, but it's not like this really opens up the ability to just get a clean Baron. Soul can definitely put on his curtain call, and then obviously Guger has bullet time. So I guess what you get is temporary relief in bottom lane, and might even be able to get bottom lane turret. Never mind, Marin decides to just recall.
10 seconds left on Roach's death timer too. He definitely could have done a bit of damage, but maybe he wants to join up with this team here real quick. Does have the TP, you can see he's waiting. There it is. Okay, they're gonna go for it here. And there is one ward, but there's a control ward in there, so they don't know when they start it. They're gonna have to check. They throw down another one. You should see now, here comes the arrow, and it hits Guger. No bullet time. But there's the burst damage coming on out.
Oh,
and steal from Punch. Really nicely done. And only Punch going down as well. Guger stays alive, everybody else gets out healthy, and all of a sudden, this game isn't as decided as we once thought. Baron going over to Kongdoo.
They pick up the Baron and manage to keep themselves in the game. And, I mean, that's exactly what Kongdoo Monsters needed right now, but what is it really going to do for them? Well, actually, Roach is going to be able to pick up a kill here onto Kuro.
Yeah.
That's a very big pickup.
And you have to think, I mean, he used his flash before to kill Roach, where, you know, it didn't open up too much. I suppose it kind of opened that up, but Roach was there for the Baron, so they weren't able to convert into Baron fast enough to make it worth it.
Marin didn't have that flash available to him. He couldn't flash over the wall and lock up Punch.
There is a teleport coming in from Roach, and immediately just gonna turn onto Mowgli, and there you go. Getting a bit out of position now, Marin on the run. Oh, really nice deadly flourish. Can they actually get this kill? There's the stun, the double kill going over to Roach, and here comes the massive push. Still 2 minutes left on this Baron.
They're going to be able to at least get an inhibitor here. You can see that Afreeca don't have a way to resist this. I'm wondering if Kongdoo are going to literally gamble on trying to end the game here. They might have a lot of minions.
That's a huge wave, and Kuro, he gets locked up too. That's a couple of really costly deaths in a row now, and here comes that push into the turret. Still 3 members of Afreeca down, and they burn these turrets so fast. Already 30 minutes into the game. Down goes the massive Zyra ult though. Roach, just barely gets away. Heal gonna help him run. Oh, the collateral damage takes out MF. And Roach still stays alive, but they do get the Nexus turret.
They got a Nexus turret and an inhibitor. Very gigantic pickups for them right now. It gives them a clear-cut window to win the game now if Afreeca botches a team fight. And now, if you're looking at it from Afreeca's point of view, they've made some very peculiar decisions in the last few moments here. Obviously, losing the Baron, not something that they would have wanted to have happened, but now they're not in a very good position, and you have to wonder, do you even pick up the Cloud Drake right now, or do you just wait and let Kongdoo pick it up so that it delays the spawn of the Elder Dragon? Well, I guess the answer to that is they do decide to take it. And Kongdoo, they're not out of the woods yet. They're still going to have to fight Afreeca straight up. And almost all of their gold is inside of that Jace.
That's a big Jace right now, for sure. A 6-3 and 0. Not a single assist, funnily enough. Lots of farm. Kuro has to be so careful. He's been picked off a couple of times now, and with all these Baron buff minions, even if it is just for 10 more seconds, can't get too close. That's going to be another turret going over to Kongdoo. This is a really big Baron power play as they go up about 3,000 gold on Afreeca.
Oh, Tushin.
Could get 2 shot.
Yeah.
What is the play here for Afreeca? How do they engage on this? They can't just sit there and eat Shock Blast after Shock Blast, that's for sure. Both Marin and Kuro do have their flash available. Mowgli does not. Neither does Tushin.
That Roach on that Jace doing enormous amounts of damage with every Shock Blast that he hits. Kramer, wow, even about 20% of Kramer's life off of just a deadly flourish. You can see that Mowgli even itemizing a little bit defensively against the Sterax. Probably gonna go Edge of Night as his next item. And okay, it's just an endless barrage of poke coming out of Kongdoo. And Marin not even really looking for an angle into Kongdoo, not wanting to coin flip a fight right now, not with how bottom lane looks.
Oh, ooh, nice bit of damage. Oh, forced to use that package to dodge Deadly Flourish.
Top lane doesn't need to be responded to yet. We did just see a ping go down onto it, but
oh, there it is. Voice of Light and the curtain call coming out and the bullet time. They're saying, okay, get away from this turret, it's ours. And it did a nice amount of damage, but the entire wave gets cleared out. Nice bit of counter poke comes out from Afreeca. But now they have to respond to top.
Really like what Mowgli actually did there. It was extremely subtle, but he threw the smoke screen so that Roach couldn't press on. And they managed to stabilize for right now. Baron coming up in a little bit over a minute here, and it's likely that that's going to be the decisive fight for this game. You can see the Kuro on janitor duty in bottom lane, picking up that final bot wave. Likely that he's going to shove out the incoming wave as well, and that'll buy them a bit of time to begin to move out onto the map and secure vision control around the blue side, or their blue side jungle.
And they need it with the Baron coming up. They need to get some space. Bottom inhibitor was the best one that Kongdoo could have gone. It was so far away from that Baron. Here we go, already setting up as Kongdoo. Lots of vision clearing. Bunch of wards going down. And you can see all the pings. They know kind of where Afreeca is. And just more and more wards getting deeper and deeper into the jungle as they make it even harder for Afreeca to eventually counter that Baron play.
See the pings going down on the bottom lane by Afreeca. Okay, Marin doesn't take damage, but you see the pings going down on the bottom. They know that they've bought themselves some time. And it's not like it's an open nexus. They don't have to be afraid of Roach teleporting into their base somehow and threatening a straight charge at it. And also, the inhibitor just came back up. Now Afreeca in a really nice position right now, actually, to contest this Baron. See that Roach is trying to run down there. He wants to fork Afreeca and say, hey, someone needs to come back to deal with me.
Yeah, it's a good play, especially because he can push so fast. And Marin is with his team right now, so getting the jump on that. See, Marin was pushing forward, trying to look for something. At least they will get all of the vision control around Baron. And now it's Afreeca's turf.
They are on a clock, though. You can see Marin now recalling. Oh!
Dodging that one real quick, but who's going to respond to bot lane?
Who's going to respond to Jace? He has a big minion wave with him. Oh,
forcing the TP back.
It's going to be a whoopsie daisy. Now Jace, the one with the teleport advantage. And what do you do? He can TP anytime he wants. All that they have to do is play this song and dance a little bit longer. And they opt out of it instead. Roach runs all the way back. Don't know why they would do this. With the teleport advantage, it really just threatens.
And they just showed Afreeca that everybody went back. Now, I mean, they have the teleport. Here's the curtain call. And that is a lot of damage. Look at how much Tushin is being chunked down. And with no Marin here to eat any of those bullets, it really does a ton of damage to any of those members. Now look at the health of Mowgli, Kuro, Tushin. Everybody's below half. Marin, though, getting onto Googer. The arrow hits Punch, actually, in the back. There's the bullet time. Oh, a huge big one right onto Googer to finish him off. Huge job by Kuro. Almost pays for it with his life. But that will win them the fight for now and buy them a little bit of breathing room.
buys them a little bit of time. Elder Dragon actually coming up in about 10 seconds. Kongdoo Monsters, though, they recalled, and they have Edge up in top lane, picking up all that gold. Looks like this fight is going to... It almost feels like it's turning out to be very similar to game number 1. Oh, that's very big that Kramer just dodged that shock blast. That could have gotten very ugly. And now, Afreeca are the ones that are... They have position of the Elder. This is going to be very awkward for Jin. Soul's going to need to work a miracle. He doesn't even have the curtain call.
What can they really do? Look at the burst damage. That's huge. I mean, you have Kuro, Kramer, Mowgli, all these 80 carries essentially just shredding that Elder Drake. Down it goes.
Look at bottom lane. They can't do anything with it. Kongdoo, they had the teleport advantage. All they had to do was just stall a little bit, do a little song and a dance, and it would have been checkmate. But they failed to execute, and this is their macro problems really coming to fruition.
And you can see that they're scrambling a little bit too. You know, they don't have a lot of vision around their own jungle. Here comes Marin. He could use the blasting flag. He's just going to come from behind.
Oh, this is it. The good old wraparound.
Yeah. Gugur taking a ton of damage. At least he does have QSS to get out of that one.
Nothing really accomplished there. However, Kongdoo Monsters have managed to actually get Afreeca out of the river. I don't know exactly what I'm watching right now. This is very peculiar posturing. You see the bottom wave going completely unresponded to. Roach can't really hit anything. The arrow, though.
That's huge. QSS comes out, but he eats so much damage, and that really opens up the Baron here. Nice counterplay. Misses the cocoon, but Shock Blast going to bring down Mowgli to about half health. Here comes Marin, though, from the other side, not quite able to get onto Edge. The long wraparound all the way from the right side.
They might be able to just immediately... Oh, look at the damage, even from the sapling, because that true damage burn. And you can see Punch, he's going to need to be a hero one more time if he's going to want to keep Kongdoo in this game.
Look at Tushin, he's running at him, though, and with him and the true damage, he might even be able to kill him. He's really low. Down he goes. Baron,
Oh, that's really big that he just lived.
Yeah.
If he went down right now and the death timers are the way that it is, that could have been catastrophic, especially because Punch is hovering on getting that Guardian Angel. Doesn't quite have it yet, I don't think, although he is sitting on the fountain. Could be waiting for his savings to kick in. It did kick in. Pass go, collect 200, he gets the Guardian Angel. And now, I mean, if you're Kongdoo Monsters, all that you have to do is somehow find an answer to this push. You see Marin, he's waiting, it's the long con yet again. Waiting for that teleport whenever he can make use of it.
He's going up top.
Oh, here it comes.
And he's right on top of another ward.
Yep.
So they know he's coming in. So they immediately back off, even though he's a speed demon. They're going to get away. And they still do have that Baron. So a push going down mid. Corki, they have Ash rather, pushing in top. And it looks like they're going to make a move towards top here.
Marin looking to make anything happen right now. At the same time, they kept mid shoved in. You take a look at bottom lane, though, and the fact that Roach's teleport's almost coming up. If a team fight breaks out and it goes horrendous for Afreeca, Roach can just teleport down bottom and end the game.
Yeah. So it's really going to be up to Afreeca to take a fight that gets horrendous because they're in the driver's seat. They have the Baron. They can slow push this. They don't have to get out of control. Ping's going down in bot lane for Kongdoo, they know, but can they actually make use of this? And they Shock Blast off the Kramer at the back. They lock up Mowgli, and there goes the Enchanted Crystal Arrow wide, but take a look at the health bars of Kongdoo Monster. A couple of members very, very low.
Kramer might end up finding himself a job in the NFL once he's done with League of Legends. And right now, they're going to have to pick up their bottom wave.
And you say they, I mean literally they, as two members go down to pick this up.
Now it looks like they're going to escort bottom together as a team, and Baron still has a little bit of time left on it. At least it should sustain until they drive that into the bottom tier 2 turret. But I mean, gold at this point in the game, let us be honest, it doesn't really matter at that point. If you look at everyone's items and stuff, almost everyone is at 6 items, and so the little gold that's gained from actually capturing turrets doesn't really all mean that much.
So just clearing out whatever they can on their way down to the bot lane. This is where this conflict will take place. 30 seconds left on Baron. That, ooh, nice shock blast onto both Kuro and Tushin. You can see they're trying to clear that wave as much as possible, but look at the health on the turret. Here comes Baron. Oh boy, Roach. He doesn't have
he's all
the
their gold.
Yeah. And what are they going to do now? They exhaust the Maokai, but there's really just no hope. Tushin takes a lot of damage. Valgly is pretty low as well. But Kuro able to pick up the kill. Marin, his GA is busted there. And actually picking up the Zyra on the left side. But here comes Afreeca. It's 4 versus 2 right now. Waiting for another wave.
The problem is with Roach going down, I realize I said he's all their gold, but what I mean by that is he's all their effective gold. He is their effective source of damage. Yeah. Everyone else is utility. And now Kongdoo are looking poised to fall here. Afreeca turn their attention to the Nexus turrets, and it's probably going to be it unless Punch can somehow find a miracle. Cougar's up an 8.
No,
are in
not
2
going to be enough.
It doesn't matter.
That's going to be it. GG. Game 2 going to Afreeca as they take the pretty hard to take series there against Kongdoo. Really tenacious play from them, but Afreeca wins in the end. So,
and I like how Kongdoo did approach the game. This is what I said that I would have liked to have seen them do. Take the aggressive lanes, take the aggressive matchups, and look to snowball their early game, because to be honest, their early game doesn't look as weak as their mid and late game transition. And it looked like Afreeca almost drew them out to that stage of the game. And yet again, Afreeca found a way to win in what should have been almost a guaranteed loss scenario. And so when you look at it from that perspective, yes, they won here today, but they're going to have to reflect on these games, because a little bit uncomfortable to watch, especially when you think about what's going to happen if Samsung or KT or SKT were in the position that Kongdoo were in some of the mid and late game scenarios. It's not going to pan out as well.
Kuro looks depressed after the 2-0 victory.
He looks sad.
It's like, oh, I can't believe we almost lost the game to Kongdoo Monster. Look at him, he looks like really
He's
sad.
so stressed.
Yeah. I mean, those were not easy games.
I'm trying to think if anything was really his... No, I don't think anything was really his fault.
No.
I could understand if that was Mowgli being like that, because he lost the Baron smite.
He's like, oh, I don't want to do the MVP interview. I'm really nervous.
Yep. Well, we're heading to the analyst desk and the MVP interview, so stay tuned for that.
Yeah, we'll be right back, guys. We'll be back in about 2 minutes. We're back here on the analyst desk. I'm joined by Binu, as always. We'll be hearing from the 2 MVPs of the Afreeca Freecs, but we're going to break down how the game went first. So we got the results here. Lots of unexciting Drakes, but Afreeca really able to capitalize on a lot of the macro mistakes that Kongdoo still has to shore up in order for them to really compete with the better teams in this league.
I'm actually really glad you brought up the Drakes, because now that I think about it, I don't think we've seen a single Mountain Drake
Nope,
in both series today.
not a single one.
You know, who knows? Maybe it might be one of those situations where the new patch deleted the Mountain Drake off the game. Nobody knows yet.
Nobody realized yet.
Yeah, 3 days later, somebody's like, hey, something's off.
Yeah.
But really, looking at the damage chart, Kuro with another great performance with that Corki, and Roach coming out and taking more of a carry role in this game. The damage definitely adds up to it, but again, Kongdoo Monster looking a little bit disoriented in the later stages of the game.
Yeah, they really need to, I don't know, talk about it more, figure out what they're doing wrong.
If you look at teams, well, let's look at the MVP first.
It's going to be Kramer. He landed a lot of big Ash arrows. He missed a couple, but the majority of them were on point, and they really helped to propel Afreeca into a pretty good spot in the mid game.
A real soul chaser, I think. But going back to my earlier point, I wondered if the presence of a veteran player on the roster, you know, Afreeca, Kuro winning the MVP here, he's an LCK champion. Maybe that experience comes up huge, and Kongdoo Monster may be lacking some of that experience. But moving on to that interview, Kuro says he's very happy with the win, but a little bit disappointed because not a lot of changes in the standings, even with today's victory.
Waving to a fan in the process.
And Kramer saying he felt really great landing all those Ash arrows in the second set. Also gave him a lot of confidence and really enjoyed playing with that kind of confidence. So Kramer being asked, you know, what's the difference between the first set and the second set? And Kramer says, basically after the first set, we kind of shared feedback and said, he said to himself, maybe I should be a little bit more calm and collected when I go for those arrows. And he says it feels like it worked out well. So they also had a 1 week break, and they're asking, you know, how did the players spend that time while IEM was on? And Kuro says, well, it might have been a 1 week break, but for us, it was practice from hell. And to elaborate, the practice week from hell was mainly spent on, you know, team games, probably scrims, right? And Kuro, speaking on Mowgli, Mowgli being a rookie player, he tends to get really nervous. So Kuro says he's really happy he played well today. And Kramer also saying, again, as a rookie player, Mowgli tends to get really nervous, but winning always gives them a lot of confidence, and he's looking forward to how Mowgli's going to play with even more confidence being built up as they move forward. Now, Kramer speaking on his MVP says, well, I'm not too happy because I didn't do a lot of damage. I feel like all I did was hit those arrows. And he personally prefers to do a lot of damage to get the MVPs. And speaking of his head coach as well, because the head coach did mention that he wants to give Kramer an MVP. He wants to see Kramer having a bigger impact on the game. Kramer basically saying the head coach gave him a lot of good words and advised him to be more productive in the games. So now we're going to take a look at Kuro's Cassiopeia highlights from set 1. And Kramer being asked, he did feature in that highlight a bit, starting it off with the Ash Arrow, and Kramer saying he basically kind of went for that one, but it ended up hitting. So it was a great setup for Kuro to capitalize on. And Kramer being asked about his Cassiopeia ultimate use, and basically says he feels like the opponent maybe slipped up today, because all you have to avoid from Cassiopeia is getting the W dumped on you. And just elaborating on the set overall, Kramer says they tried to go for a pick on Tahm Kench, which they shouldn't have done, and then they ended up losing their bottom lane, which complicated the set for a lot of reasons after that.
Poor soul.
Kramer being asked, what was it like in this moment? And basically said it was great. So speaking more on the match, the Afreeca Freecs definitely talked about how things were going, and they decided they could probably win in the late game, so they decided to give up the Baron in some places. And speaking more on the Baron secure, I believe some of the teammates basically said it was over, we can't get it. So finally moving forward, any words of determination or messages to the fans? Kramer says we're currently 4 wins and 5 losses, but they're going to work harder in the second round to make sure that they have more wins. And Kramer following the same kind of message, saying they're going to practice really hard and make sure that they have more wins than losses in the second round. And that's it for the MVP interview.
Yeah, so just going over what happened today, it was a 1-2, Longzhu taking the win over MVP. And then, of course, the one we just had, Afreeca taking out Kongdoo Monster 2-0.
I think the final message today is no Mountain Drakes were harmed in the making of this show, because they never showed up.
Yeah, they survived, so there should be standings here. And let's take a look. SKT and KT up at top. Longzhu now 6-3, really solidifying themselves as the best of the middle of the pack. Samsung is up with them as well. MVP with their loss goes to 5-4. Afreeca 4 and 5, and Kongdoo still sadly down there at 1 and 8.
I think some people may be surprised that Longzhu is a bit, higher than a lot of people predicted. Of course, the preseason Big 3 prediction coming out to be SKT, KT, and Samsung Galaxy, so we'll have to see how that changes over the coming days, because SKT and KT, they have to go against each other twice.
Yeah, they do.
Over the next week.
Over the next week, as you did mention. The first one of those guys will be on Thursday, so make sure if you do want to catch the Telecom Wars, KT versus SKT, you're watching the OGM broadcast on Thursday. We'll have our one on the following Sunday on the 5th of March. But of course, tomorrow, there will also be some LCK. You guys can see it up there in the top left. And that should be it for our show today, guys. I don't believe there's any more information to feed to you, so I hope you enjoyed the broadcast as always, and we'll see you next time here on SPOTV. Make sure to catch the rest of the LCK matches for the rest of the week, and until we come back here on next Sunday, we'll see you here for SPOTV.
In the heart of the darkness. Tell me what you say when the mood's right. Sitting on the bed in the back of a room. We can hit it off if you want us to. Whoa, whoa, I learned to cover you. Some girls like the boys who are fast. Some girls like making it last. Who are you? Some girls got so much to prove, but those girls got nothing on you. Who are you? Who are you? Won't you tell me now? Won't you tell me now? Tell me what you love, is the sunlight? Tell me what you feel, is it alright? Sitting on the bed at the back of the room. We can get along if you want us to. Tell me what you want out of this life. Tell me what you say when the mood's right. Sitting on the bed in the back of a room. We can hit it